Alright, I'm going live. I'm not going to debate immediately. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to get everything ready. Is my microphone working, by the way? Just want to make sure. Yeah, it's working. Okay. This is the 6th stream. I'm also still not going to do anything special. I'm still just simply going to be debating at people on Roblox. I'm also gonna I'm gonna quickly clean my glasses because there's shit on the lens, and I want to be able to see. I have a lens wipe here. Welcome, Gelamanon. I am not able to read that. Ash Skeshtu Motinos Piene. Biokmanis. First of all, I'm gonna see what servers they have already. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Maybe, I don't know. Trans women aren't women. Podcast, court cases, Israeli evil. Let's talk about movies. Hot take. The right is more violent than the left. That is true, statistically. Uh, do kids with migrant background have it harder at school? Probably. Debate religion. The right is more violent than the left. Orthodox Christianity is the truth. It means I'm drowning in breast milk. Fear me. What the fuck? Okay. Um, just got my hair done. Come eat me huz only. What the fuck? Why is it? Aren't I on Roblox? Shit, people are fucking wild. Alright, well, I just wanted to know what the servers were. Debate a leftist. I love your Ram Church. Stop Jay Schlatifying my name, please. Alright. Let's go. Oh, there we go. And I'm just gonna quickly enable clock. I'm gonna enable the timer for, I'll do 6 minutes. I'm still debating on what the time should be. Alright, from this point forward, I'm not going to be reading the chat, but well, I won't be reading your chat out loud, but I will be reading it. But yeah. Oh Jesus, this is really our first guy. All right, welcome up. How are you doing today?
Hello again.
Hi. So what do you want to debate about?
I don't know. I just got kicked. I just got banned by a person in another room because they called me a Nazi, which I am not.
Well, I mean, you kind of support that ideology, so um, but
No, I don't actually. I think National Socialism is entirely different from fascism.
um, well, we could definitely debate that because it is it's a branched out form of that same ideology.
I mean, it depends on on what you mean from branched out, right?
So, what would you say are the core fundamental values of that ideology? The one that starts with F.
Well, it's if you have like a hierarchy of values, right? In fascism, you would place the state, the nation, at number one, and you have, of course, a regime with a central figure in place, the head of state,
Mm-hmm.
and you have you have total control of the nation, and you have the state dictating how everything within the nation should be run, and you also have corporatism. I I researched corporatism a bit ago.
Okay. Anything else?
I think these are the core values.
Okay. Um, Germany had all of that.
Well, no, the difference is that Germany put race at number one, and fascism denies racism at its core.
Not necessarily. They put the people of their nation number one, which generally is a form of xenophobia.
Yeah, maybe xenophobia, but not racism. Mussolini,
Well,
disavowed
they're both kind
racism.
of intertwined.
They're related, but they can be separated, and Mussolini separated them.
Well, from and I could definitely be wrong here. I don't know that much about Italian history. I just know a little bit from what my grandparents told me, right? Because they've actually lived through the period of they weren't in Spain, but they heard about stuff that was happening in Spain um during
Where did they live at that time?
my grandpa and grandmother both in the United States.
Well, no offense, but I'm pretty sure what they heard is what the popular media, or AKA the television, told them. And I think we can agree that American television in like these time periods was very biased, and I wouldn't call it propaganda, but like propaganda-esque, you know.
Yeah, but we could also look towards Chile, for example. Chile was also and a fascist dictatorship.
I don't know that much about Chile, to be honest.
Yeah, so Pinochet was a dictator of Chile for a
Yeah,
brief
I know
period
who
of
it is,
time,
but
and
I
it
don't
was
know much
they were
about
actually
his
supported
regime.
by the United States because they were against
Yeah,
communism.
based.
Yeah, so but they supported Chile to the point where uh they kind of just ignored the fact that Pinochet was committing human rights violations left and right. Many There were many political prisoners that were treated extremely horribly in horrific conditions. So
Well, I think this might be a bit controversial, but I think in some cases, these kinds of treatments are justified. If you look at what the communists did in Spain, they were so brutal and immoral in what they've done. I think any type of punishment to them would be justified.
okay, would you say it's justified to punish them like that simply just for believing in an ideology?
No, no.
Okay, well that's what happened.
I'm saying because I don't know what Chile was like. I have no idea, but I'm saying that if the communists in Chile were like the communists in Spain during the Civil War, I would say that, you know, maybe some punishments would be justified.
I don't think any punishment is justified just for believing in a political ideology, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you should judge people by their actions. If they only just said, you know, I like Marx, you know, that wouldn't constitute like these types of treatment. But if they, like I'm saying, if they did what the communists did in Spain,
What did
if,
the communists
because I
do in
don't know, but
Spain?
if, um, well, they mass executed Christians, they demolished churches, they dug up dead nuns, and they would like uh, mummified. They would
Last
dig
time
up.
I checked, that was under Pinochet's military. I could be wrong though. I will look it up later, but
Wait, what do you mean?
um
No, I'm saying the communists in Spain. Or they destroyed churches. They dug up nuns. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Nuns. They dug up nuns from their graves, and I think they were mummified or whatever. And they put them up for display and mocked them, and they would do many horrific things.
okay. Well, we can debate about this a later time. The timer's run out. Um thank you for coming up again. I will look more into that after stream. Um
Okay.
but for now, whoever else wants to come up, please raise your hand. I don't know if you want to come up or not if you don't raise your hand. What's the topic? The topic can be quite literally about anything as long as we find something that we disagree with. Welcome, welcome, Mayo. How are you doing today? First of all,
Hello, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing today?
Uh, I'm doing fine. I'm actually not here to really debate you. I'm just here to have 2 minutes of your time. Uh, my question for you is, uh, do you believe that being a leftist is morally superior? Or like, not really morally superior, but like, is the right choice?
In my personal opinion, and this is subjective, so again, I'm not gonna say that this is like a fact, but this is just my personal view based off of what my moral beliefs are, since that's what I'm assuming you're asking about. So, in my like, in my personal like bias, yes, but that again is a subjective opinion. Um, you're allowed to believe whatever you want. That's just what I believe. I do believe that being more on the left is technically more morally more superior uh than being on the right in terms of morality. And again, that's a subjective opinion.
Do you have like any specifics?
Yeah. First of all, from what I've seen, the right does not. Uh, the right believes in they kind of tend to disregard like other people's like I don't know rights. Is that a way to say it? They tend to disregard other people's like right to live. We can
Do you mean like when you're speaking about that, do you specifically mean because from what I've seen, that's generally the trans thing. Is
yeah
that what you're?
yeah that would be that would be like one example of what I'm of what I mean by that.
Okay. That was pretty much it. I'm not really here to debate since I'm not really educated enough, I think. So I'm not here
Honestly,
to.
fair enough. Honestly, fair enough. I mean,
Uh,
I don't claim to know everything either. Like I said, I was going to look up about uh so-called what the communists did in Spain during the Civil War because I honestly don't know. Um, like I don't know that well. I know a little bit. I don't know that well, which is why I said that I would look it up after stream. Um, so I mean, it's honestly fine if you don't know. Um, honestly,
because
because not only am I here, not only are people here to learn, but I'm also here to learn as well.
okay. Uh, Thanks. I'll maybe come up later when I get some views and see what you guys think and what's the normal things to debate about, or
All right.
if I want to learn. But
Well, we tend to. Uh, I mean, the most common topics would be about like T people, um, AB, the deportation of undocumented migrants, etc.
yeah, okay. Um, I'll see what you guys think and speak, and maybe come back later.
All right.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you. Uh, whoever wants to come up, please raise your hand. I will not know if you want to come up if you don't raise your hand. If you want to come up, please raise your hand. I do not know if you do or don't want to come up if you don't raise your hand. Dang, we don't really have a lot of people here. Mixed emotion. Do you want to come up? All right. Welcome.
Hello.
How's your day today? First of all.
First of all, it's night in my country,
Okay.
so it was pretty good. How's yours?
I'm doing pretty good as well. Um. So what do you want to debate about? I can give you some ideas if you don't know what to talk about.
So I'm pretty much a leftist too, so that's probably a lot where we have agreements. So I just have a general question. What's your opinion on how the right is like spreading its influence? Because I'm from Germany. If you like, are a bit on the topic. The AfD party is on the rise. That's the far right.
Yeah.
And yeah, so what's your opinion? How do they get like that much of power? Because I certainly have my beliefs, but I would like
So,
to hear yours.
and this is going to be a subjective opinion again. Um, after I answer this, I will bring up the goat. I don't want to say the full name because I don't want to like dox people. but
Sure.
um, but after I answer this, I'm gonna let him up. So, and again, this is gonna be a subjective opinion. This is just my opinion based off of my biases. So don't like take this as like literal fact. You can
Yeah, of course.
just know that this is just my opinion. My opinion on this is, in my personal opinion, people like parties on the right side of the political spectrum, like the party that you mentioned in Germany, kind of rely on hidden bigotry within people. They hide this bigotry by using words that don't sound mean but technically are dehumanizing. So, for example, they label undocumented migrants as illegal immigrants, which I don't like, even though it's not directly like saying they're like not human. It's not really giving them their dignity either. But people agree with this because there's a lot of problems in their country, and they need someone to blame on these problems. So they tend to blame minority groups, like for example in the United States, they tend to blame T people and immigrants on problems that really aren't their fault. Um, and this creates some kind of bigotry uh, that kind of make it more acceptable to be bigoted, if that makes sense. It like encourages people to openly be bigoted without having to think of consequences of being bigoted. It kind of normalizes it. That's how they gain power, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get that, but I think it's a lot on the like original strategy, like conquer and divide. I think it's
Oh yeah,
not a
division is
lot
definitely a thing too.
about bigotry. As it's a small part, that's no question, but it's like also a real focus on just gaining that power, and that bigotry is kind of like a weapon they use. It's like not a completely way of doing it.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your question. I do think that was actually a really interesting question, and I absolutely enjoyed being able to answer that. I was never asked that question before, and I'm glad that I could give my opinion on it. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
up. I hope you have a good day, or well, a good night, since it's
Thank you.
nighttime in your country right now. And I'm gonna bring up the goat. What's up? How are you doing today?
Howdy.
Hi. How are you doing today? Like, how's your day? Are you doing good or?
Oh, it's pretty shit, to be honest. I'm doing all right.
All right. I am so sorry to hear that though. I hope things get better for you.
Do you want to know why?
Why?
Well, a legal came up to me today, and they tried to rob me.
Okay. Um. So someone robbed you.
I'm sorry, it's just very emotional for me.
I get it. So what do you want to debate about?
Well, I kind of hate them, but should I like them?
Yeah. So I don't necessarily think just because of someone's status it necessarily makes them a criminal. Um.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is so hard for me.
Do you need a time?
I,
Do you need some time
uh,
to calm down a little bit?
oh, yes, I do.
All right. If you want me to bring you back down and so I
No,
can talk.
I'm sorry. I'm ready. I can go now. I'm sorry.
Okay. So what do you want to debate about?
Well, I just think that these illegals don't belong in our country.
Okay. Um.
Yeah,
And is there any reason as to why that is besides personal reasons?
I think they're criminals. They're criminals and they're subhuman.
Oh, okay.
They don't belong on a white man's level.
That is a very strong claim.
I believe that's a very evident claim from the Holy Bible.
From where?
The Holy Bible.
The Holy Bible. Okay, so your evidence to support
Yes,
this
sir.
claim is a religious text.
The Holy Bible. Yes. You see, in 1870, the slaves, they belonged to be slaves because the Holy Bible said so. And all that's happening again is the same thing, but with the Mexicans.
Okay, so you're just racist?
No, there is proof in the Holy Bible. There's proof.
But you're using the Bible to justify your racist views.
It's not racist if it's from the Bible.
Do
Are you white?
yeah,
Are you white?
yeah, I am. Do you know?
You're white.
Do you know what the
So why do you
definition
not
of
understand
racism
it,
is?
boy?
Do you know what the definition of
What?
racism is? It's
What is it?
it's biased against people of color. You're biased against people.
Well, guess what?
What?
They're not people. They're subhuman.
Why are they not people?
What did I need to tell you, boy?
How are they not people?
All them colors and Mexicans and Italians and Latinos, they don't belong in America. I believe Trump is the greatest thing that ever happened in America.
Okay, did you know that? Did you know that we're all descendants of like 90%, like at least 99% of every single person in the United States is a descendant of some kind of immigration.
Well, guess what? The hell with them. They don't belong in this country.
Okay, so
I'm trying to tell you, and you ain't listening. You ain't listening, boy. Now, when the black man come take your white wife, then come get back to me. Because he going to take her. And you know what he going to do with her? What is he going to do with her, boy?
first of all,
What is he going to do with her, boy?
Okay, are you here to have a productive conversation?
No, I'm trying to teach you something. You ain't listening. You was being there foolish like the white man wants us to believe, like the Mexican wants to believe. You ain't listening. Because you don't know. You see Tony KHJTTV in there? That's a black man. He don't belong here. He don't belong here. None of them do. And I believe ICE is the greatest thing that ever happened in America. Do you understand? Do you understand me, boy?
I'm listening. I don't agree with
You
your
better.
views, but
Well, you're an ignorant little white boy, and when a black man or Latino man come take your white wife, you're gonna be begging you listen to me, boy. Get me off of here.
all right. Bro, show the game screen. I know you don't want to show their usernames, but people want to see what's going on. Well, too bad. I'm still gonna have it be on my computer. Hello, I'm looking to debate. How do I join the debate cycle? First of all, let me bring on Tony K, and I will bring a link to the game in the chat real quick. Give me a minute, everybody. This... Alright, I'm gonna pin this message. Alright. I pinned the message, so if you want to join, the room name should be Debate a Leftist. Oh, I accidentally... Alright. What's your stream? My YouTube channel should be linked on my Roblox profile if you want to check that out. Yeah, because yeah, that's intentional. Okay. Welcome, Tony K.
Yo.
Hi. Sorry about that. How's your day today, first of all?
Good, good. How about you, brother?
I'm doing good. So what do you want to debate about?
You choose the topic.
All right, sure. I can list off a couple of topics. One of the most common ones seem to be about immigrants. Another one seems to be about T people, AB. Um, one that I haven't talked about that I would like to talk about would be the conflict in Palestine. What's AB? AB ends in portion. I can't say it or else I get banned.
Okay. Mm, Let's put some moral ground first, all right?
Yeah, sure.
Do we agree that just killing any type of human being is just morally wrong?
Um, well, no, because there are some people that can be there. You can justify it. For example, if someone is like actively threatening your life, would it be wrong to unalive them in self-defense?
Mm, Depending. Then that will be then in that case then we will have to change the not only the definition but the scenario. You know what I mean? Because if depending on the scenario, then
Well,
we
I'm just
put
asking if
morality aside.
you can justify unaliving.
Definitely.
Okay, so what makes AB unjustified if that's what you're arguing?
Mm, I'll say I'll say that it's just all right. Let me think this for a second because okay, so we have a conflict that as a individuals that we are actually not living and we know the story but fully we don't know the story, not like the way that they know. So in a way I understand why some people would go with them and other people would not go with them, if you know what I mean,
Yeah.
and the justification of killing, of course. And I agree with you that if you are in some type of danger, of course you are gonna justify the act of killing the other individual. But what I don't agree with is is kind of like the massacre that is just unjustified, I guess, because
Massacre.
we have some. I mean, not massacre. I mean, I'm using a very extreme word. My bad. But the genocide that is occurring. So it's kind of like it's pushing it more than what it should be done. You know what I mean? Because we have some of these war crimes, but at the same time, they're not pushing it to that extent, and that's why other countries are not getting directly involved with it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Okay. Um, I do apologize. I just realized that I accidentally linked the wrong Roblox game in my chat. I I am I am so sorry, Philo. I did not realize that I linked the wrong game. I linked the 13 plus version. Um oh no. Things are already going haywire here. Oh jeez. Okay, give me a minute, everyone. We are currently having difficulties with things. I accidentally linked the wrong Roblox game in my chat. My bad. And now I have to fix my problem. And this is going to take a really long time because for some reason my computer can't handle multiple things at once for some reason. Oh my gosh, please just go quicker, please. Okay, I think I fixed my mistake. I'm gonna bring up orca beef. I am everybody. I am so sorry about that. Things are going haywire so badly. How's your day?
I'm doing all right. I'm gonna try. I'm sorry if my topics might get Mossad put after you.
Okay.
So I'd like to speak on the topics of, let's just say, the kind of people who created the Federal Reserve. The
Okay.
kind of people who, we all know the link between JFK, MLK, and 9/11.
I do not know about that, and that I might have to do research on that, but that's kind of sounds like some kind of conspiracy theory to me personally. But that
Who are the people who inhabit Israel?
the Israelis,
No, what is the predominant demographic of these people?
Jewish descent.
Exactly. Are you familiar with the theory of Agartha?
I don't know.
Okay, basically, most of the political divide between left and right is artificially created.
Oh,
A lot of this
Okay.
is artificially created, as I'm saying. It's more so to divide the people, so higher people can take control. If you notice, a lot of time there's big events happen, all these big things. If you look at what's happening in the government, what's happening in the government gets overshadowed by a large event, and something gets passed.
okay.
So let's just go recently, the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah.
And that day, they once again denied release of the Epstein files again that day, and they just a lot of these events, they're used to deny things. Are you aware of any passages of the Talmud?
No, I've never read that.
Okay, there's 3 holy books to Judaism. The Talmud is one of them, and there's the Torah and so on and so on. There's other books, but the Talmud is one of the ones they worship and follow.
Okay.
In the Talmud, one passage says, even the best of Goy should be slaughtered. Goy and Gentile and Goyim are just words for non-Jew.
Yeah.
And if slaughtering Goyim is as if you're slaughtering wild animals.
Okay, where are you getting at this?
So, what am I getting at this? I'm just saying, when you have a state that has so much power and dirt on everyone, that they essentially, that also believe that they are better than all others and should have ultimate power over everything, what's really happening in the world? In what way do we really have power?
Well, I mean, I don't really have a refute against that because I don't really know the topic that well.
Okay.
So-
What are your opinions on Israel and Palestine?
Well, I do like I'm obviously against the whole thing. Yeah, Hamas is bad, but the Israeli government is not making it any better at all by literally committing mass gen.
Oh, can you not say the side part of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. What are your? Do you have any opinions on the current events going on in Britain?
Not necessarily, no.
So, why do you believe in what you believe?
Okay. So the reason why I believe what I believe, if I don't know anything, I don't really have an opinion on it, but for things that I do know, I have a set of moral standards. So, for example, I believe no person can be labeled as illegal unless if they're like actually a horrible person, right? So,
Okay, so okay. Can I just go in on that?
yeah, sure.
There are a lot of big immigration issues in. I live in Canada. We have a very large immigration issue right now.
Mm-hmm. And so does U.S.
We don't have enough houses to keep these people. Our prices are going up in the millions, and a lot of people who are rich in other areas just keep coming here. I don't have a problem with the people. I have a problem with if we really could, if we had the ability to keep these people, I'm fine with them being here. The problem is where they're coming is they're just flooding the major cities when there's so much other land, and we don't have enough space in these cities to house them all. We could be building up north into Saskatchewan, Manitoba, all these rural places with a lot of land, but there's nothing there. Would you mind me asking your opinion on abortion as well?
Yeah, I believe AB, like I don't believe it should be outlawed. I don't agree with it in every single circumstance, but it's not my place to tell a woman what or what not to do with her body when it's literally 50% of her DNA.
Now, what I will say, here's what I'll say. AB, let's just say that. Less than I was choked there.
Are you good?
Less than 2% of cases of aborting are done from the I thing in breeding, and I can't say the other word, and SA. Less than 2%.
Actually, I think the numbers are around 5%. I don't feel like we've actually had time to debate, so I'll actually restart the timer if that's okay. If that's okay with everyone. Because we finally found a topic that I think we can debate about. All right. So actually, I'm pretty sure the statistics is actually around 5%, and that would be about 7.5 million women. Because if we do the math on that, there's roughly about 300 million people in the United States, for example.
Yeah.
I'm going strictly based off of U.S. statistics, right? There is about 300. Our population is about 300 million. Divide that in half. That's roughly about how much women we have. Divide that by around times that by like 5%. You get 7.5 million. So 7.5 million women are SA'd or just this is about SA.
Yeah, but not all of those. But not all of those result in pregnancies.
No, that is the ones that result in those.
Okay. So say we have 7.5 million of in C and
You can just say
SAs that
Alabama.
result in pregnancies. That would mean that's 5%.
I actually didn't even include. I didn't. I also know men get SA'd as well.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm
okay. So
I was just reading.
Okay,
chat.
it is the amount. I'd say probably 90% of people, 95% of people get SA'd are females. That's probably the truth. 95%, I'd say. Probably closer to 98.
I wouldn't be able to refute that because I don't actually know the statistic on that.
I remember I checked the statistic a few years ago, and I don't remember exactly, but it's around that ballpark.
Okay.
But even if it's 7.5 million, that would mean there's 142 million aborted pregnancies that were not from NC or SA. So that to me is 142 million lives that were denied.
Yeah, so there is also another reason for that too, which would be they just are not able to they're not able to carry the Greg Nancy.
Okay, so that was 142 million people that were unable to do it in a healthy way. I feel like that number's a bit off. I feel like there's a larger percent of people that was not medically required for. I think unless it's medically required to like have to get rid of the person for the life of the carrier.
Okay.
Yeah, unless it's medically required for their life.
I'm not denying that. I do believe that AB should generally be restricted to cases of, for example, SA and Alabama, and also, like if it's a risk to the mother's life, for example.
Yeah. Because overall, it's not as much about when there's people who say it's about the choice of the woman. It's not. They don't understand. The problem isn't about the woman's choice. It's about the human life that could come out of it.
Okay.
And
yeah, and I can understand that point, but also, I don't believe that should be like justification to completely outlaw AB.
It's not. I'm not saying completely. I'm saying it should be fine if it's like medically, like it should have to be something medically prescribed. It should have to be a medically prescribed treatment.
Yeah, AB is a medically prescribed treatment.
Not necessarily fully. It should have
it's
to.
a form
No,
of,
it should
it's
be
a
more
form of
heavily
healthcare.
restricted. Yes, but it should you should have to go get full confirmation that it's fine first. There shouldn't be like the way it is right now is not. What is this, guys? Hold on, I gotta go for a second. I need to take a piss.
Okay.
Actually, you know, that's fine. I'm trying to think of another topic now too.
Okay.
I think we've honestly agreed on this topic. I don't think this is much of a debate.
Okay. Do you want me to go on to
What
the
do you
next
think?
person? Or no?
Can I just ramble about Jews for 1 minute?
What about them?
Basically, they do run the world, as you know. They own all the Federal Reserve banks. The Jews, oh no, we got a Zionist. Mayo Leo is a Zionist. He's a Zionist. He's a Zionist. Look, hello to this guy. All right. So basically, I think Zionism
let's not get
is a
into
terrible thing.
like personal attacks, please. I would not like that.
Sorry. Zionism is a plague in our world. The Talmud is a plague to the world. A lot of these things that we experience, a lot of the political divide in the world, like I said, is artificially created. Because if you look at both parties, look at how much money AIPAC's given to these politicians. There's no more, and I'm going to use the U.S. as an example. There is no more America first in the U.S. because all these politicians are being paid millions by Israel. And I'm a Canadian. I'm not even American.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for having me up.
No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Hope you have a good day. Welcome up. How's your day today?
Not so good though.
Not that good. I am sorry to hear about that. I hope you have a better day. What do you want to debate about?
I'm not pretty sure.
Okay. Okay, so, first of all, I do apologize. Your mic is kind of like choppy a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, shut the fuck up, you bitch.
Okay, let's not. We have to be civil. I want civility here. Everyone in the chat.
Okay. Not bad.
Do you want to debate about anything or no?
Hold on, let me take the case.
I might have to take you off. It's not anything you did. I just can't understand you, unfortunately, because your microphone is not that great. I am very sorry about that. Oh, he left anyway. I'm gonna bring up. I'm gonna bring her up. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing good. Also, I thought this game was 18 and up, right? Or is that just like some server?
Just this specific game, I believe. Just this specific instance.
Yeah, I don't think he was 18.
You don't think he was 18?
No.
Okay.
No. Um, okay, so is there like okay, so I am independent. That's what my voting registration is on. But I'm more of a right by 80%. So
Okay.
what kind of topic would you like to
Yeah, so the most common
debate about?
topics I tend to come across would be like the deportation of undocumented migrants. I don't believe we should be doing mass deportation, for example. That seems to be one of the most common.
Okay, what can you tell me your reason why?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I don't believe that undocumented migrants are criminals. Um, that's just the gist of it.
But what makes them not okay, it's a law though. So what you're saying is you don't care about the law. I mean it's in a law book. It's written
Yeah,
that it's illegal.
it was also
So
legal one
if
time
you're
for people to own another person. That was legal.
well, yes, but they changed it, so it's not a law anymore.
Okay, I believe that we
But
should.
now this is a law.
I believe that we
So
should change the law so that we give people a pathway to citizenship who haven't committed a violent crime or have a violent background.
okay, but the last president didn't do that. So you want to make it a law to where
Actually,
we
the
can
last
look at their
president,
background check?
the last president actually tried to get something passed that wasn't passed because the orange guy told Republicans to not vote for it because he didn't want the Democrats to win.
Okay, but if he wouldn't have put that law in, we wouldn't have people coming in anyways. So if he didn't bring that up, we wouldn't have to vote for anything of that. I feel like he made it to where there are people, well, he did make it to where there are people coming in that have had, has been to prison and has had a bad history. I mean, like literally 4 weeks ago, I live in Texas right now, and that guy that beheaded that hotel guy, he has been to prison before. Like he was illegal. He had a history. He had a history in his country, and somehow he came to
Okay, yeah,
America.
I agree with that. But the problem is that's not every single immigrant.
But it's more than 50%.
Actually, no. Did you know
Like
that undocumented
it's
migrants are less likely to commit a crime than natural-born U.S. citizens? You want my source for that? It's PNAS. It's actually
they're
less than 50%.
But they're still it's against the law. So they have committed a crime. They have all the illegal immigrants that are here have
is not having
committed a
documents
crime.
some like heinous crime against humanity? How dare they not have documentation? Send them to some camp.
I have an example. My dad is from Mexico. My biological dad is from Mexico. He met my mom in West Virginia, where I was born. He had a 4-year work visa. 4 years. He was able to get a work visa and make Toyota parts where I'm from. Okay?
Okay.
He started selling crack. He was a good father. He loved us. He would disappear for a week. Okay. One day he got pulled over about when I was probably 3 and he got deported. What could you do about that? I mean, he broke the law. He got deported because it was over 4 years. But what, like, he got pulled over, and the reason why he got arrested and they searched him for him being illegal was because he was selling crack.
Yeah, so personally, what I believe we should do, first of all, is rehabilitation. If that doesn't work, yeah, deportation would be a viable option, for sure. Because they're not going to change, right? If
Okay, but what do you want all these people that come in? Okay, there are people that are trying to come in here legally, but it takes years. It takes years. Example, my family in California. I've had family that came here legally and had documents, well, have documents, and they're trying to get like my grandma from California or Mexico to California to move in with them. Well, it still takes a process because you have to have people that already got here legally to come here faster. So if you have a family, right, and let's say you have a family in Mexico, you came here legally because of schooling. Well, it's easier for your other family to come here legally since you're here. Okay, but what are you going to do with all them people? If you want to make that faster, which is why it's not fast, what are we going to do with all them people?
Yeah, so first of all, you want to know why we have an undocumented migration issue?
You already told me.
Yeah, so first of all, it takes too long and we don't have enough ports of entry. If we have more ports of entry, and first of all, having more ports of entry would already decrease the amount of time that it takes to get processed, right? Because there's more officers that are working at more border ports of entry. So that's already like one thing that we can do already, just so that we can make it faster. But even then, I think, like, for example, 2 years is way too long to get processed. So I believe that we should make it so that people are processed at least like for example, a family should be processed as one unit, not like individual people, for example.
Well, for that, like, oh shoot, I don't have enough time.
Yeah. You can come back up more than once if you want. That's fine.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, time is our stupid.
Well, no, it's just I want everyone to have an equal opportunity to be able to speak.
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna bring up Peta. How are you doing today?
I'm doing right. Anyways, I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm not American. What's a leftist and what's a rightist?
Okay, so are you familiar with the political spectrum?
Yeah, like Democrats and liberals.
Okay. What do you think they believe in?
Democrat would be someone with like more equality based stuff, like someone who believes in like equality with like immigrants and stuff. Whereas a right wing person, basically liberal, would it be called? Would be like
No, I believe liberal
more towards Trump.
No, I believe liberal is actually a leftist term. At least
leftist.
Yeah, I believe it was at one point a right wing term, but it's kind of turned into a left wing term now because of the huge political divide in the United States.
So what do you believe in as a leftist?
Yeah, so for example, I believe that everyone has a right to exist. I believe that if you aren't a violent person, if you aren't a violent criminal, you absolutely should have rights, for sure.
Yeah.
I do not believe in mass deportation. That only hurts our country and hurts the people who are trying to come in and make our country better. Also, Neosol, your chats are being censored like crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So, who would you vote for between Kamala and Trump? Who did you vote for?
Well, I wasn't able to vote because I wasn't 18 yet. I would have been 18 in a couple months during that point. But if I was 18 and I could vote, Kamala.
Kamala. So you do not like agree with Trump's tariffs, stuff like that?
Yeah, I don't agree with his tariffs.
Tariffs, okay, you don't agree with tariffs, that's a good thing, okay. I'm trying to think what else. What about the government shutdown in the country?
Yeah, I think it's just petty. I think it's just
Just pay.
it's just embarrassing.
Why did he do it? I've seen about it, but I don't know why he did it.
Yeah, because the Senate couldn't come to an agreement on a spending budget for the government.
Oh yeah, yeah, the spending budget. So
Less,
and he's allowed to do that. Isn't it? They have to both agree. Both parties have to agree. There has to be 60 votes in total.
60 votes. Yeah, there has to be 60 votes.
Yeah, and both parties have to agree. Yeah. So and they didn't agree, so they never got the funding, and that was shut down. But isn't it common that when what is Trump, a Democrat or a liberal?
He's on the Republican Party.
Republicans. Isn't it common that Republicans are the most common that the government shuts down in? Isn't that a trend?
It's been a trend for a little while because our national debt is at its highest point. The last government shutdown we had was back in 2018 on ironically also under the Orange Man's term as well, for his first term.
Yep. All right. Cheers. You've educated me quite a bit. Before I leave, I've just got one thing to say to that person who's on before. Just because something is a law doesn't make it right. In other countries, you can't be a homosexual, and whether you agree with that or not, I think it's wrong, and it's still a law, but that doesn't make it right. And previously, in other countries, neo-Nazi or Nazi.
Oh, you got VC banned. That. Wow. I'm gonna bring back up. I'm just gonna call her One. I don't know if I can say her name on my stream.
Okay, but in other countries, like they don't have open border. So like how are you gonna criticize one country but you're not criticizing other countries?
Yeah, so
even though you're not from America.
yeah, so the
like,
inherent difference is the inherent difference is the United States entire backbone is based off of immigration.
yes, it is. You know, like I do like that everyone can be their self. I do like, you know, there's all kinds of religions. There's, you know, you can be whatever you want. You can be whoever you are. I 100% agree. That's
So
what
I
makes
just-
America America.
So I just believe
the
it's
freedom to be
inherently
brave.
wrong. I believe it's inherently wrong to just dehumanize every single undocumented migrant because they didn't want to take the legal process because the legal process takes way too long. Do you agree with the
But it
Orange Man?
helps. It helps us. It helps us know who we're bringing in. Like that's what's like happening right now is there's
but
so many people coming
I'm not
in
disagreeing
that we
with
don't
that.
even
I'm
know
not
who they
disagreeing
are.
with that. What I disagree with is that we should keep that system. What I believe we should reform that system to make it so that there's more points of entry. Do you agree?
I do believe that it should be easier. I do believe because
That's the
it does
problem.
take years. I mean, it doesn't just take 3 years. It can take 5 years. It could take 10 years, 20 years.
Do you believe that
I
mass
saw
deportation
someone
is the
wait.
solution?
Even if they get deportation is is hard to understand because yes, you know, some of them do have kids. Some of them did have kids while they're still here, you know, just like my dad. So it's very hard to just, you know, kick him out just like that. But it's like that's their fault. You know what I mean? Like it's just like they could have waited. They really could have.
So
And that's what sucks.
So
and
again,
things happen.
do you believe that mass deportation is the solution?
What other solutions could there be? Let them stay. They're
Yeah,
not
mass
even
amnesty.
documented. We don't know who
Mass
they
amnesty.
are. But we
Mass amnesty during the meanwhile, while we fix
and
our
it's like,
process.
okay, I'm a taxpayer. I work hard and I'm a taxpayer. And
so are
most of
undocumented
these
migrants. They paid
illegal-
$100 billion in taxes last year.
but so many of them are on checks. They're on disabilities. They're on unemployment checks. Like, and it's just like I'm over here working, and given we're just giving these people, and they're not even respecting our country. Some of them are just like
How?
littering and like think
Okay.
that that's okay, and that's just how I feel.
Yeah.
I mean,
Norm.
not trying to be like more Pacific, but I'm more talking about Islamic people coming here
Oh,
illegally
okay. So
and legally, and they're not respecting anything. So I'm more talking about Islamic than I am
okay, so you're against
hypothetically
one group of people more
Mexican.
specifically than others.
Well, I just feel like, I feel like it's a disadvantage with Mexicans because they do work hard. Some of them do, a lot of them do come here illegally, and they do work hard. Trust me. Like where we have this Mexican restaurant, and this guy, before I left to get moved, to Texas, he got deported, and I knew him for years. Like I've been at that restaurant for years, and it's just like, but I just feel like the Islamic side just isn't doing enough. You know what I mean? I feel like they're more on unemployment and government assistance, and they're not working for it.
Okay. What evidence do you have to support for that? Exactly?
I mean, I see it. I'm from Texas, and I
Okay,
see it.
so
I see
it's
it.
just your
And
personal experience then. That's a logical
I
fallacy.
mean, look at Europe right now. Look at Europe right now.
Look at Europe right now.
Like what how like look at Paris. Look at London. Look at all them places. Like it's like, is that evidence enough? Like they're
It's
literally
been like that for
destroying.
a while,
They're,
actually. Even before the mass immigration. What's your point?
but my point is like that. I just feel like they're just like disrespecting everywhere they go.
Okay, so
Like,
your argument isn't necessarily against undocumented migrants. Your argument is necessarily against people of Muslim descent, of Arab descent.
yeah, probably. Well, I was in another conversation earlier to this. This is why it's kind of like still on my head because
First
I
of all,
just came
I
off
want
the
to ask you
stream
a
that was about
question. Do you want to know what the most populous Muslim country is? Do you know what it is?
Tell me.
I'll give you a hint. It's not in the Middle East. It's Indonesia.
I don't know. Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
So you're
Like that I'm trying to talk about.
So what I'm necessarily saying is that you're not against, like, there's a lot of Indonesian people who come here too, but you're not really necessarily grouping them into your rant either. So
Well, because I feel like they like I see them work. Like I see them like
okay.
it's not as bad as like Islamic people is what I'm trying to like. That's why I'm like more pointing to them because I just feel like they just treat everything like shit. That they just like don't give a fuck. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like they're just trying to overpopulate and just like.
All right. Well,
that's what I'm trying to say. Like I know there's more.
The timer's up. You can come back up later too. Again. I'm gonna bring up PGF. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm from Israel.
Okay.
So you're a leftist, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like, are you from Canada?
No, I'm from the United
What
States,
country you from?
specifically Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Isn't that on like the left side of? I mean, on the right side of the United States?
It's a little bit in the middle. It's kind of like northeastern a little bit. It's
So
American geography is a
aren't
little
you
confusing.
Aren't you meant to be a centrist?
Yeah, I mean, I consider myself center left.
All right. Well, what are some of your opinions?
So the most common conversations I tend to have is about AB. If you don't know what that means, I can clarify. But
Clarify.
yeah, so it rhymes with portion. AB.
Type it in chat.
Oh, okay. That.
Oh, all right. What do you think about abortions?
Yeah, I don't believe that we should be making them illegal. I don't believe we should be making them illegal. I believe they should be legalized.
I agree.
You agree? Okay. Dang it.
No. Huh?
I also believe that we shouldn't be mass deporting undocumented migrants just because they don't. I only believe we should be deporting them if they are committing if they have a violent
crimes
or
yeah.
What am I live on? I'm live on YouTube. It should be on my Roblox profile.
Right. So as a kid, wait. What do you think about the Middle Eastern Israeli-Palestine conflict?
Yeah, so obviously both sides don't really have good in them, but I do believe that the Israeli military is committing worse crimes than the Palestinian group has committed. In my personal opinion, that's just my opinion on it.
What makes you say that?
Yeah, so first of all, the military has actively denied. They are making a blockade. So that they're preventing food and water from going into Palestine, into Gaza. That's illegal. That is a war crime.
Okay, so
that
one time.
That
one time.
No,
yeah, I understand.
Not one time. This is actively going on too.
Yeah. One time, I was in Israel, right? And I was near, the Western Wall, and I saw someone, and he had a backpack, right?
Yeah.
And if I told you everything I knew, you'd know half of nothing.
Okay. What did you see then?
If I told you everything I knew, you'd know half of nothing.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by that?
As I said, I was near the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I told you everything I didn't know, you'd know everything of nothing. So, okay.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. I apologize really badly. What you're saying makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
All right. Ramchu, you're a nice guy, but wait.
But
you're a nice guy, but you're not speaking to someone that will just let you speak this way, Well, why being so disrespectful?
I don't believe I'm being disrespectful. How am I being disrespectful?
Well, you'd know half of everything if I told you nothing, right? But you'd know half of nothing if I told you everything. So, theoretically, why should Israel stop? Why should Israel stop getting funds if I told you everything but you know nothing?
Okay, what are you arguing here? Are you on Palestine's side or are you on Israel's side?
No, I'm on Israel's side.
Okay. Do you believe that there is mass gen going on in Palestine right now, or no?
Okay, well, I wouldn't consider it a genocide, but I think they're doing a little bit overkill. But at the same time, Hamas are refusing to, they're refusing peace and ceasefire.
Okay, I'm not entirely disagreeing with that either. However, we can't deny the fact that there is mass gen. Currently, 65,000 people in Palestine. These are like half of majority of these numbers are children, by the way. Half of
Yeah.
the 65,000 people are children.
No, actually, there's only 19,000 that are children. But go on.
Okay.
I understand your point.
Well, that's still a lot of people though.
Yeah. That's a lot. I understand.
But first of all, we can point to the fact the definition of a mass gen is the intentional of part or in whole of the assimilation and the destruction of an entire group of people.
Mm-hmm.
And there has two parts of that. One, there has to be people who are there has to be casualties, right? We can look at the casualties. There are 65,000 people. All right. Now we have to also look if there is intent on that. We can look at the intent that Israel is actively blocking food and water from going into Palestine.
Okay. I want to ask you a hypothetical question. So,
Mhm.
if you had a country, right? Actually no. If there was a war going on in the, let's say, 1940s between a country, said country started it,
Mhm.
and they're losing the war. They have no resources. They have no way of, continuing to fight the war. But they won't give up for some reason, and they don't want peace. And said country is losing badly, and they're pulling the victim card online, and like everyone supports them, but they themselves started the war. So who would you support?
Well,
The war.
I wouldn't support either side in this case because again, it is true that most of the casualties are actually civilian casualties.
Yeah, but those are the casualties of war, like Hamas
But
keeps
they're
hiding in
purposely
hospitals for no reason.
they're purposely doing this to civilians. They're doing this on purpose by actively blocking food and water from coming into the country. First of all, that is illegal. You can't do that. The second of all, you're literally like mass starvation. That's mass starvation.
Masturbation. What?
Mass starvation.
Oh. Anyways, well,
even if a major group in the country that started it, even if Palestine, like even if I can't mention the group name, but even if they started it first, I don't think that justifies literally mass genning an entire group of people. Would you agree?
yeah, I'd agree, but it's Netanyahu has agreed to multiple peace deals, and it's the certain organization that runs Palestine's government has refused multiple times.
Okay, that's the fault of their government, not their people. We shouldn't be punishing the people for it.
Their people or their government.
What? No. Are you
Yes,
the
they
government?
are. I'm not in Palestine, so I wouldn't know.
No. Israel. Are you part of the Israeli government?
Well, if I have Palantir stock, does that make me part of the Israeli government?
No. Like, you being a person, does that mean that you're part of the government?
If I knew everything and you know nothing, then we both know something, and that is called nothingness. If I knew 50% of everything, and I told you everything about the 50%, then you would know nothing, but I would know everything.
Okay, the timer's ended. I don't know what you're on about though, but I do thank you for coming on though. You can come back up more than once.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring back up number 1. Welcome back
I just
up.
want to say that I like how you I do respect like how you don't agree with any of them, because I've seen so many left people that like have, you know, almost like justified what Israel is doing, and it's absolutely insane. Just the whole thing is like is is crazy. But I do respect that you don't agree with either of them because I don't either. Like
Yeah.
that's absolutely insane. Okay, but the thing that you typed in the chat, I know you can't say AB. I where I'm like middle, I
Oh my
kind of
gosh,
feel
hold
like
on. I just got a moment. Burgers are better, Rebecca. Please don't leave. I'll let me take this time to debate real quick with number one, and I'll bring you back up. Uh, anyways,
like
the reason I got kind of excited is because I've debated with her before, so I actually know her, but
okay. About like the AB situation, I'm kind of like middle on it. I feel like I wouldn't know what hypothetically I would do if I was in that kind of situation, but is why, I feel like what do you think on
well, I
it?
mean, if a person like if a woman is like SA'd, I think they should absolutely have the choice, uh, to be able to do that procedure. In my opinion, I believe they
Mhm.
should have the right to do that. If they don't want to do that and they want to carry through through the I don't know if I can say the word pregnancy, then
Yeah.
yeah, they can carry through it if they want. That's their choice, right? They've already made the choice to go through that, right? So what I'm arguing is um that I believe we should be giving them that choice, and if they want to go through with having the child, then yeah, uh, sure. But if they don't want to,
But isn't that like 5 or 1% of the people that are getting abortions are
yeah,
only
5%.
SA'd? Because I feel
That's
like,
still a lot of people. I don't think that should qualify as a reason to completely outlaw it.
but what about that 95%? Like, like I feel like, okay, it's like, oh, like you want to talk about we should make it right because of the 5%, but what about the 95% here? Like, I feel like that's a lot that are just, not a limit to what they're doing.
Yeah, so again, and I don't necessarily agree with it personally, but I don't think just because of that that should necessarily, because there are people who abuse I don't know if I can say that kind of abuse the system,
Yeah.
right? There's always going to be people that do that. So like for example, should we completely outlaw should we completely outlaw uh I don't know if I could say it.
Altogether. Like, I
I,
know
I,
what you
I was
mean,
gonna say
but
something
it's
different.
like,
Some kind of medication. It's a kind of medication, right?
oh yeah, yeah, I've been on it actually for 6 years, but it's like, okay, I feel like there's so much backlash into BC that most people don't talk about, which is the
Well, no,
side effect
I'm not
part.
actually
And I
arguing
feel
BC.
like,
I'm talking about any medication that people take.
okay, now I'm confused.
So, just there are a lot of people who like abuse the system and get like any kind of medication and like sell them and stuff like that. Should we completely outlaw uh should we completely ban medicine because of the fact that there are a lot of people that do that?
Again, I don't really understand what what that is. Like, who's taking medicine to do what?
No,
What
taking
medicine is
take
out there?
any medication that can basically any like hard uh medication.
I mean, they did take away painkillers. That's pretty hard. Like, I don't know what else they're giving people that's hard. Like, I feel like everything that's hard is really illegal, but people still do it.
So controlled substances. Let's use the word controlled substances. I don't think that's banned. If that is banned, then Roblox is just dumb. controlled substances, right? There are people who will abuse the system and sell those substances, even though they were given to them. It was given to them through the pharmacy. Should we?
Can you give me
Should we? Should
like a name?
I can't give you a name or else I'll get banned. That's the
Really?
yeah. I am.
See, now I feel like that wouldn't be a topic to talk about because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, there are a lot of people who abuse controlled substances all the time. Should we completely make them illegal, even though they're life-saving?
I feel like most doctors should, because people do try to refill their prescriptions earlier, and I feel like doctors should really pay attention to that because, like, people do that, is they try to refill their prescriptions earlier, and nobody's really paying attention to that kind of stuff. You know, like they give excuses after excuses. No, I feel like we shouldn't ban that. I feel like doctors and pharmacists should be more, you know, like look into that. Like they shouldn't be stupid and be like, this person keeps having excuses while they're coming and refilling it early. You know, be like, there's a date, there's a specific date on the prescription where you can get it refilled. So no.
I'm just gonna make this point real quick. Even though we ran out of time, but I'm gonna make this point real quick, and I'm gonna bring up burgers are better. So okay. So yeah, we agree that it shouldn't be completely illegal, even though there are people who abuse it, right? So why apply the same logic to AB?
I feel like there should be court cases on SA for the people that do get abortions and
oh yeah, no,
AB,
I absolutely agree, and I
Um,
never argued against that.
But I feel like the people that just go in to just go
Wait,
in,
are we talking about court
you know,
cases
and
for
keep
the
doing it, it's just-
perpetrator or the woman or the doctor?
the woman. But I
Okay,
know
I
a
completely
lot of
disagree
them
with
do
that
not,
entirely.
you know, have. Why would you? What would make sense about the court cases for the men? Well, how would
Well,
that
because I don't believe
be
that
good for anything about the
AB
women?
should be an arrestable offense at all. That's just not what I believe. Oh no, burgers are better left. Oh no. Dang it.
She might come back.
I really hope she comes back.
But I don't know how that would be an argument. Like, what? How do you like make that? Did you say an arrest for women?
Yeah, isn't that what you said?
No, like, okay, so to get an AB, like, I feel like if you did get SA'd, maybe you should have, you know, a court document or a court case about you being SA'd and, you know, be able to get an AB.
Okay. Well, we can debate about that later. The timers ran out a while
Yeah.
ago. I'm gonna bring up Toma. How are you doing today?
I've been good, brother. How about you?
I'm doing good. What do you wanna talk about?
What's your opinion on immigration? Like, what's your stance on that?
Yeah, I believe immigration is very important, and I believe immigration is a very like big thing, big part of our society that we should protect.
And what do you think about what Trump is doing right now?
I completely disagree with it. I don't believe we should be mass deporting people. I don't believe that's a solution at all.
To solution to what? To immigration or to illegal immigration? To which?
Undocumented immigration.
To illegal immigration. Illegal immigration.
I would not like to use the word illegal. I believe that's dehumanizing.
What do you mean? How come?
Because I don't believe in labeling people illegal as illegal people just because they didn't have documents.
So if somebody oofs somebody, you wouldn't call him an illegal criminal?
Well, no, they absolutely are. I believe that undocumented migrants who haven't committed a violent crime or have a violent background should have an
No, I
easy
mean
path.
like general people. No, I mean in general, like people who oof other people, like in general.
Yeah, they're
Not,
absolutely
I'm not
illegal
talking about
people.
immigrants, like in general.
My definition of illegal
Correct.
people would be people who are violent and people who are violent criminals. But most undocumented migrants are not these people.
And listen, and this is in my opinion, because I'm an immigrant myself. Like me personally, I'm an immigrant, and where I come from, I'm from Venezuela, and in Venezuela, like it's to come to this country as a Venezuelan is like super hard. I've been in this country for 10 years, and let me tell you something, because I have one of my aunts, and she came here illegally, and then I convinced her to leave the country, go back to Venezuela, and come back the legal way. Because let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Do you think it's okay if somebody is homeless? Do you think it's okay for that person that's homeless to go inside of a house that's not theirs just because they don't live in a
No,
house?
not
In
no,
your
not
opinion, in your
necessarily.
opinion,
But I
do you think it's
no,
okay?
not necessarily. But I wouldn't entirely blame them. I wouldn't entirely blame them for it.
Exactly. No, and I agree with you. And I agree with you. I wouldn't blame them either. But just because you're passing on something bad doesn't mean that is a justifiable excuse to do something illegal. If that
Yeah.
makes a little
So what
sense,
I
you know what I mean?
believe we
Just
should be
because
doing
you're having
instead is we should be fixing the immigration process. Do you know why we have an undocumented migration problem?
um because of like I know what's the reasons because the process is like it takes like 5 years. It takes
Yeah,
long as hell,
that's one
and
of
I
the
agree
reasons.
with you. I think we should get that fixed. Yep,
Do you want to know why it takes
and I
that long?
agree with you. What I've heard, what I've heard is because technically is the U.S. sucking money out of the migrants for their pockets.
Uh,
That's what I've heard.
okay. So the reason why the process takes really long is because we don't have enough ports of entry.
We have enough ports of
We
entry.
do not have enough ports of entry now.
How much do we have? Do we have like 10? How much do we have?
I don't necessarily know, but from what I know, it's not enough. I believe it's somewhere from around uh like a couple hundred, I think.
They have 328.
328. That is not even nearly enough ports of entry at all.
You don't think, bro? 328.
No, I believe we should have
If
at least 1,000.
low key, I agree with you. I think 1,000 is reasonable. In my
Yeah,
opinion, it is reasonable.
exactly.
Reasonable.
So instead of blaming our problems on undocumented migrants and not solving the issue, I believe we should be solving the issue.
Hmm.
Which is why I do not support
And
mass deportation.
listen, me personally, I what I support, if you came here illegally, at the end of the day, come here illegally. At the end of the day, it's your responsibility. It's your fault. At the end of the day,
Well, not
it's not
entirely,
really the
no.
country's fault. No, yeah, no. If you actually think about it, technically, it's your responsibility if you come here illegally or
So
not. Because
do
listen, I
you
don't know if you know
support
this.
what the orange guy is doing right now?
Half yes, half no. Half yes, half
So
no.
do you half yes, half no? So do you agree with them being deported without due process?
No, that's no.
Okay.
I do not support
Dang
that.
it, I was about to make an
That I
argument
do not
there.
support.
Um,
No, no. I think if you're gonna get deported, you should actually like get a background check, like all that good stuff. But in my opinion, every single person who comes here illegally should get deported. Illegally, illegally. At the end of the day, anybody who is comes here illegally should get deported. In my opinion.
okay.
In my opinion.
In my opinion,
But if
yeah.
somebody,
In my
but if someone that's legal, oh wait, my bad. Go.
no,
Go.
go continue.
All right. So, like for example, in my sense, like if since I came to this country legally, I came to this country like I did the proper due process. I came to this country. I went up the steps, and now I'm a U.S. citizen. I've been in this country for 10 years, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And I went through the due process and all that good stuff. So If I would have to get stopped by ICE or any of those people, if I would have gotten stopped, would I be mad? 100%, bro. I would be 100% mad.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I know deep inside, I know deep inside that I'm gonna get released. So I'm not gonna be worried that much because I was like, bro, I'm gonna get released. I know I didn't do anything wrong. I'm gonna get released. I'm not gonna be tripping over this. You know.
Yeah,
So that's my stance.
but the current administration currently is not giving due process because it takes too long. It's inconvenient, even though it's the legal route. So they're kind of like contradicting themselves, right? So,
What do you mean by that? What do you mean? What do you mean?
well, they're saying that undocumented migrants are not coming to the to the country through the legal process, which is true. But they're also deporting them by not going through the legal process of deporting them, which is it honestly it's just hypocritical. The,
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
the timer's ended. That was the point I was about to make, by the way, but you said that you didn't support them uh the way they're deporting them, so
I only support the way that they're deporting the actual illegal immigrants. That's the
yeah.
only thing I support.
Uh
The actual legal immigrants, I support them getting deported. That's
yeah.
it.
All right. Well, the timer's ended. You can come back up later more than once. I'm gonna
All
bring
right.
up.
Thank you very much, brother. Take care.
No problem. I'm gonna bring up PGF. They've been waiting for 17 minutes. I'm gonna bring them back up.
Hello. All right. So, if you were, you know, if you were back in Israel, right,
Mm-hmm.
and I told you a story about the Afghanistanians, and I knew everything about them, but you would know nothing, right? But then when you knew everything, you start to know nothing because everything is always nothing. I'm not trolling.
Okay.
If I was trolling, I would be like laughing. Anyways, how can I say this? Do you guys know about the okay? Do you know about the Canada war, like against the U.S. in 1950?
I don't believe we've had that. I know we had one back in like the 1800s, but maybe even the 1700s, maybe. But I don't know about the modern day 1900s.
Okay. Well, about the deportations, you know that like over 10,000 people have been deported.
Over 10,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, have you been deported?
No, because I was born here. I've lived here my entire life. What's your point?
Yeah. Why did you get not deported? Why did you not get deported?
I already explained. I was born here. I've lived here my entire life. I didn't have to immigrate here because I was already born here.
All right.
Again.
All right. Well, is your dad an immigrant?
No, but I believe one of his family members were, yes, because he's part Finnish.
No. Finnish. Well, Finnish. That's not a country.
Finland. Finnish is the national term for people who come from Finland. Finnish. Finnish are people from Finland.
It isn't like the finish line, you know? Like, you know, what's it called? Okay, anyways. What did you think about the deportation of LeBron James? Like he recently got deported. If you saw in the news.
He got deported?
Yeah, he got deported.
I don't think he did. I'll look it up real quick.
Are you being anti-Semitic right now?
I'm not being. No, I'm not. I just want to make sure that you're actually like not trolling me right now.
why would I be trolling if I know everything and nothing at the same time? But if I told you everything, you would know 50% of nothing.
Well, I'm just gonna search up if he was deported or not.
Right, search it up. You can search it up. He was actually deported. He was deported to I think Wisconsin.
Yeah, no, he was not deported. And as you said that, I already know you're trolling. So, are you here to have a productive
Okay.
conversation or not?
Oh, wait. I thought you meant like so. Okay. Oh, so you're talking about like the illegal immigrants, yeah?
Undocumented migrants? You mean?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, undocumented migrants. Okay, well, if you call illegal immigrants undocumented migrants, do you call displacement relocation?
First of all, I want to ask you a question. How old are you?
I am a woman.
Okay, cool. That wasn't my question. How
What was your question?
how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
Okay. What date were you born on?
What day was I born on? I was born on 2005, March 26th.
Okay.
Wait, what day was I born on? Oh, I was born on I think like 10,528 days ago. I don't know though. I'm bad at counting, you know. But anyways, what do you think about deportation? Like, should we deport people that have illegally gotten into the country but haven't done any like crimes?
No, I do not believe so.
Well, why not?
Well, because they haven't committed a crime, in my eyes.
Yeah, but
Simply not having documents is not some like violent crime against humanity, in my opinion.
yeah, but I understand. But wait. Okay, yeah, I understand that, but they're still illegal, right?
I don't believe we should be labeling them as illegal, no.
Well, do you think why is it illegal? Because they don't have documents, anyways. Put someone else on.
Okay.
It is a crime.
Yeah, it is, but I don't believe it should be. It was once legal to literally own another person at one point in history.
Yeah, but that was when like the Bible was invented. That was around the time.
Okay. Well, the timer's run out. You can come back up.
Okay. Yeah.
More than once again. I'm gonna bring up. Mark.
Hi.
Hi. How are you doing today?
So, it's been great, but can I ask you about capitalism? Is it okay?
About what again? I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Capitalism.
Capitalism, sure. What about it?
Yeah. So, just like a simple question. I mean, does capitalism in the U.S. still reflect the value of economic freedom, or has it transformed into a system that benefits only a small economic elite?
Yeah, it benefits a group of economic elites, in my personal opinion.
So if we are a citizen that having I mean, if we're not an elite, so we can't have the benefit.
Yeah, we at the moment, as it stands right now, the the people of the United States, like the citizens of the United States, are not benefiting from the economy at all. First of all, we can look at the healthcare system. Currently, we have private and state insured insurance companies that run the healthcare system at the moment, and pharmaceutical companies that basically jack up the prices really high in order to profit from it. This is not how it works in. We are pretty much the only outlier that does this. We're the only country that does this type of stuff. Um, Now, am I advocating for the abolishment of capitalism? No, not absolutely not. I don't believe there are other like better contenders. I do believe that capitalism is more superior. However, I believe that it should be regulated.
But how about to justify the social inequality produced by the capitalism system?
Yeah, I believe capitalism should have like it should give everyone a fair advantage, even people who are poor.
So to begin with, if I'm a poor man, but I want to build some I think my mini corporations of myself. But is it okay from the policies in America, like from the bank? Do they gonna give us some benefit for us or not?
Okay, so basically what I mean is we should like in general what I believe we should be doing is uh everyone should have uh like first of all everyone should have an income based off of, you know, their qualities and like how willing they are to work. Because it is true at the moment that uh have you seen like what work at, as of recent has like for example Mark Zuckerberg done?
Oh, he built some I mean metaverse. I mean,
No, he hired a company
is it
to
true?
do that. He hired multiple people
Oh
to
yeah.
do that. So he didn't do that,
Hmm.
but uh he gets paid like thousands and thousands of times more than 1 hour of what one other person would, right? So, and Mark Zuckerberg pays less in taxes than the average American. Actually, the top 1% pays less in taxes any other than any other group of people based off their income.
So if I can say like based on our income too, so the tax and income, is it like they do some they do balance, or we pay higher tax than our salary?
So I believe that there should be a set percentage of our income that is taxable. So for example, like let's just use a random number, like 10% of your income is taxed. That should apply to every single person in the entire country. It shouldn't be like less than 1% for the top 1% and like 26% for people on the bottom, right? That is like completely unfair.
So if it's unfair, so why do you have to pay tax like the same amount of mark, if I can say, if we got more money
Yeah, so that
than we
everyone
have now?
contributes the same percentage of their income towards society.
So so if we pay the same amount of tax, so what country I mean what is the tax going to be uh doing by the country? I mean, they always put our money in war, so I can't see I mean I didn't see anything benefits to us for
So
citizens
what I believe,
except for wars.
first of all, I'm not advocating for the money to go to wars. I completely disagree with war. I don't want war to happen, and we both agree on that. I don't want war to happen either, right? That's why I don't want my tax dollars going towards war either. But what I'm saying is, you know, we should be all of us should be contributing to our societies things that benefit us. For example, infrastructure, services like the police, firefighters, and hospitals, um, funding into government programs like Social Security, uh, and
But
stuff like that.
But what is the things that we can see benefits to us in infrastructure?
Yeah, so at the moment our tax dollars doesn't go to this stuff, which is the problem. I believe most of this money is going towards like the top 1%.
Okay, I think it's enough for me. So thank you very much for having the discussion with me.
No problem. I'm gonna bring up. I hope you have a good day. I'm gonna bring back up number one. How are you?
Let's go. Let's go.
Welcome back up.
Okay, I knew nothing about what you guys were talking about. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really
To be honest,
investigate
I
on
don't know too much
capitalism and
about it myself either. I'm just saying what I do know, what I do believe.
literally like I just don't have time to like look up all this stuff because I work, you know, like and I well my off days I clean. I'm supposed to clean right now, but you know, I'm bored, so you know. But okay, so one thing that I do want to ask is what do you think about climate change?
Yeah,
Or like how is that even like a debate?
yeah.
Like
I believe that climate change is a real thing. We should absolutely be addressing it.
okay, but can I ask what do you think would stop climate change? Like what do you guys expect that like
Well, I believe first of all we should be investing in green energy for a start. That's one thing we can do. I don't have all of the answers, but I have some. We should be investing in green energy. We
mhm.
should be cutting down on green like fossil fuel fossil fuel gases, and we should be cutting down on fossil fuels. For example, like coal and stuff like that. Just like anything like coal, oil, stuff like that. Um
Okay. So have you learned about, you know, our history of our planet? Have you like watched, you know, like ages of our planet before? Like have you watched some
uh
documentaries?
I I I have been to oceanography and geology before. Those were classes that I
Mhm.
took in high school.
So I'm pretty sure I don't you know, I might be
And by the
wrong,
way,
but
all of the information
I'm
I'm
not
about
for
to say
sure
right
how many
now,
numbers.
by the way, just for the record, this is purely based off of what I have learned in those classes. I'm not interested in geology or stuff like that or oceanography. Um, I just took them because they were the most interesting to me, but I don't research a whole ton about that. So this is, again, I don't claim to know everything, but continue.
Mhm. So I think there has been three climate changes before, which is obviously the ice ages and the warm periods. There has been ancient extreme temperatures, which is like burning temperatures, and there has been thermal maximum PETM. So most of those climate changes has um, it like okay, so climate change happens it's happened before. So I just don't understand like why, you know, more of the left is trying to fix climate change when it's gonna happen either way, and it's not gonna stop or slow
Well,
down the
the
process
thing is,
whatsoever. I mean, it's gonna take
the process
years,
was speeding.
millions of years.
The process was getting faster because of the fact that we were burning fossil fuels. We contributed to it becoming
Mm,
to it increasing exponentially high. Because if you look at climate
but
data,
do
we never had records of like the average temperature of the entire Earth going up like at an extreme high level in such a quick amount of time. And then the industrial revolution happens, and then all of a sudden the temperature of the Earth is rising like rising really really rapidly, in a very short period of time.
I feel like it. Well, okay, so during 1960, it has been even with climate change, but throughout 1980 to 2020, which is right now 2026, it has been up rapidly. But throughout the years, it goes up. I mean, like it's not gonna go in between. Like it's gonna happen anyways. And the more amount of, I mean, it's not just America either. I mean, you got to look at these other countries that are trashing our oceans. Like America, I feel like we're kind of in the middle of, keeping our, I mean, there are other countries that are cleaner. I'm not saying that. But I just feel like we can't really change the fact that climate change is going to happen. I mean, we're eventually all going to go extinct, and then another, species or cells is
Well,
going to happen
yeah,
again.
but
It's been like that for
we
6
should probably
times.
not contribute it ourselves. We shouldn't be contributing to it. We should at least like lessen it. Don't you agree?
But lessening it is it's going to take thousands of years, probably more than 1,000 million,
With
probably
where
a
we're going right
million
now, we have
of
about like
years for.
20 years left.
Okay, buddy. I highly doubt our extinction is going to happen in 20 years. Like there's our
That's
air
where the
pollution
trend is
goes up and
happening.
down
That's where
all
the
the
trend is
time.
going right now. If we keep ignoring climate change and if we keep doing nothing about it, then yes, we
Okay, what who has all this money? Okay, you know how much it costs to get like solar
actually
panels
it's
and
a very
electric
profitable it's
cars
actually
and
a very profitable investment actually. Many European countries actually get a lot of funding and get a lot of money because it creates new jobs. It creates new jobs because there are people who have to maintain these things. So it creates new jobs, which creates more economic growth. Or am I wrong?
but okay, that's other countries. Like I'm talking about America, like what we do for climate change. Like we can't even afford lunch. Well, like I know you think it might be a good profit, but like most of us can't even. And I work 40 hours a week.
Yeah, because of the
I think I
tax
make pretty good
loopholes that the
money,
top
and I
1%
can't
is doing.
afford loopholes of 1%. I feel like just isn't. I feel like it's not the people that are higher up that are, you know, putting in worsening the climate
Okay.
change. You know what I mean? It's definitely more of the poor people that are just not really giving.
Okay, well we can debate more about that. We can debate more about that later. I'm gonna go up to the next person. If you want to come up and debate, please raise your hands. I will not be able to know if you want to debate with me if you don't raise your hand. Please debate BGMB Chris. I mean, do you want to come up? Do you want to come up, Chris? I mean, we could debate about anything actually. I know there was a debate going on in chat. It's probably why you guys want me to debate Chris. But Chris, do you want to come up or no? Because again, everyone, you will in a few. Okay. Uh, is there anyone else who wants to come up? If you want to come up, please raise your hand. I will not know if you want to come up if you don't raise your hand. Because if you're not raising your hand, that tells me that you don't want to come up. But there's nobody raising their hands right now. All right. Someone raise their hands. I'll bring you back down. I'm gonna bring Hotkey up. How are you doing?
Good. I mean, I don't really like. I just want to ask you, like, what do you think the state of the left is today? Like historically, like historically, the left has been like far more revolutionary. Like, what's your stance on where the left is?
Yeah, I believe they
nowadays?
have really good ideas, and I do believe that being of course I'm not like far left or anything, but I believe that the far left is way more morally like right than the far right, for example. That's just my personal opinion.
No, I'm not talking about like their stances. I mean, like the actual state of it. Like at this point in like American politics, like it's both sides are liberal in my opinion. They're like at least the Democrats are like at this point liberal. Like I think yeah, revolutionary leftists do still exist, but like as a organization, like we had the revolution of 1917 that like actually like did something. I don't believe the revolution will happen in America, but I do believe that it will originate in like the global south. Like what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I believe the left should be doing more to kind of fight for what they believe. Um, I'm not advocating for like a war or anything, but like I believe we should at least be speaking out and
Okay. Like are you like what would you describe yourself as?
Center left.
Obviously I don't believe in like labels center left. Like what is that? Like what policies, what
I believe in AB. I
like
believe
what
in
like
T
I don't
people
know.
rights. I believe in I believe in human rights in general.
Okay. Okay. Like then are you part of any political party? Are you a part of
I
any
mean, I would align myself with
organizations?
like independent, but if I had to choose either between Democrats or Republicans, it would definitely be Democrats.
Okay. Do you have any like experience with like the Democratic Socialists of America or like the
Isn't the left
RCA
pro-choice though? Yeah, I'm
or
pro-choice. That's what I said, right?
yeah, yeah. Um, I think I think if Chris wants to come up here and like debate, then Chris can do that.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you for your opinion
Okay.
on that. Yeah.
All right. Chris, do you want to come up or should I have someone else come up? Hello? Okay, oh my gosh. Chris just confirmed that they believe in flat earth. Okay, now I need to have this now I need Chris on. Okay. I can't let this go. I can't let Hold on. No. Chris, you have to come up. You have to come up. I'm sorry. I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna bring you up. I cannot let this opportunity go to waste. I actually have to.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. So you believe that the Earth is flat?
I mean, I don't know if I 100%
Okay.
believe
Do you
it,
do you
but when you have literal pilots saying that they think the Earth is flat and they fly all the time for a living, then what are you supposed to believe? When you have people that are literally doing it every day, thousands of times a day, and they literally look at you and they say, "I think the Earth is flat." I don't know if I believe it 100%, but like I would believe a pilot that does it every day for a living thousands of times more than I would believe somebody who doesn't.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited that I finally have found
Think about
someone
it.
who actually
Hold up,
believes
right.
this.
No, listen,
But yeah.
no, listen to this. I've got a few good points
All
to
right.
make. gravity is so strong it can control water on a globe, but little butterflies can break it.
What?
Think about that. Think about it. Gravity is so strong, supposedly, they want you to believe that gravity is so strong that all this water is not just sloshing around on this earth, flying around at speeds that are uncapacitable to man, right?
Yeah.
Like they're speeding around, we're spinning around, right? And there's water, supposedly. We're spinning all this water. There's more water than land on earth. And gravity is so gravity is so strong that it's not. Do you get what I'm? Do you get what
Okay,
I'm trying to say?
so you're
Like, I
trying
don't
to
know how put
say
it in
that
words, but
butterflies break the law of physics?
now I'm saying is how would the earth? No, you're not. Okay, I know I'm sounding crazy, but like I'm trying to like put it into words. So like, think about it. How is the if the world is spinning so fast, right? And there's so much water on the world. How is the water not spinning around? And think about it. How can gravity contain all that water, but butterflies can
Yeah,
break it?
because butterflies are less dense than water.
Okay.
They're also lighter.
But listen, also, okay, listen. Okay, that might be a bad example then. But listen to this then, right?
Yeah.
How come there is actually no proof nowadays of us going to space? If the Earth is, and how come every time okay, you want to bring up another subject? Let's drop the flat Earth because you guys are just going to call me stupid.
No.
for that.
I want to
How
talk
come
about the
there's
flat
no
Earth.
proof of going to
Everyone
space?
stop calling this person stupid. I actually want to have a civil debate with him. I actually want to have a civil debate with him. What was the point that you were that you were going to bring up?
Katy Perry did not go to space. There's no actual proof of her going to space. She just said she did and made posts about it. There's no actual proof of her in space. You guys are stupid. Just saying.
Okay, let's not go to name calling. We want to be
Okay, my bad, but that's literally gonna get me heated.
But chat. I know he believes the Earth is flat, guys.
I don't know if I believe the Earth is
Well,
flat.
you don't.
But I'm just saying that that's what pilots say, and
Yeah.
pilots.
I mean,
do
you're
for a living,
arguing
so-
that it's not round, is what you're arguing.
I don't know. I'm not saying that I know for certain. I'm just saying that I would believe people that fly in the air and get to look at their Earth that way more than I would believe people that don't.
Okay. Okay. So I
don't know if I believe it. But I do believe that you can't go to space because if we have all this technology, we have 5G towers, we have all of this, but there's no actual good proof of space, and every time it's blurry. Every time, like, okay, there's examples. If you look like, have you ever seen the theory of like if you take a bottle rocket and put it under ice and put it under ice, and then have you seen like how when it's and like in water, and then have you seen like how when a rocket takes off and it hits the atmosphere, it looks the exact same when it tries to crack out the ice. It looks the exact same when the rocket hits the atmosphere. Have you seen videos of that? You can literally look up scientific proof.
No, but how does that
and
prove
all
it?
of this, right?
How does that prove it though?
How does that prove? Because you can't go to space. You can't go to space. You know that they literally the government and everything, they have to tell you they put everything into, like, they make everything into jokes and stuff, but they're really telling you the truth of what they do.
Okay.
It's really easy, and you can break it down, and then you can like look up and back this stuff up. Like, you can actually like fact check it, all of this stuff. Like, everything I'm saying, you can go into fact check. You can call me crazy, whatever, call me stupid, but then go and fact check this stuff when I'm done. Like, you might say we good, all this stuff, but like, I'm dead serious. All this stuff, I thought this stuff was crazy too. I was literally in your guys' shoes at one point. I was like, oh my, NASA stands for not a space agency. Are you okay? NASA literally stands for not a space agency.
No, that's not actually what that means, but
that is what that's what they take it as. They tell us something different. But that is literally what it stands for. NASA started off exploring the ocean.
That is true, but they also
NASA is not
NASA
is not a space agency.
But they also explored the space.
Do you know
they also explored space?
Do you know NASA is okay? If it's 2025, we got 4K cameras, we got satellites, we got Elon, we got Starlink. We literally have Starlink. Why can't they freaking stream
Okay,
a
did
space
you know
launch
that there was a
if it's so
German
real?
scientist that actually took a picture of the Earth before NASA was even invented? And guess what? There was curvature.
Okay, yeah, he took a picture. You know how easy it is to fake a picture? We're talking
Not
about
back in 1939, no. Actually, I don't know. It was
That
39. It
somebody
was
could literally draw.
like-
Somebody could make a picture and say it was made in 1939, and you would believe it if it's a credible from a credible source.
No, the
You would
photo's been
believe it.
around since 1947. Sorry, I messed up the year, but it was 1947, I believe.
Yeah, that's what they tell you NASA stands for, but it actually stands for not a space station, not a space agency.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, you can call me crazy, but do the research. Do the research, and then you'll see that I'm not. Like, I'm not even joking.
Okay. What?
I think they explore the
Do-
ocean.
do-
I think
do-
they're actually
do
exploring
you
the ocean.
want evidence to support why I believe it's round?
I'm not talking about the Earth being flat anymore. I'm thinking. I don't know if I believe that. That's you guys are the only ones stuck on that. Like you guys
But
are
you
the only
kind of
ones been stuck on that.
you kind of
little thing.
confirmed
Like,
that though.
No, I don't. I don't know if I believe it 100%. I think that. Okay, if you want to go back to ancient text,
Not
okay.
even ancient text, just how the sun works and how the moon works is enough proof.
What do you mean? How the sun works? And how
Yeah,
the sun works?
why
Have you
is
ever been-
why
have you
why
ever-
is it
okay, think about
daytime
it.
in
Have
America
you-
and nighttime in China?
What do you mean? That's like asking, bro, have you not ever? Okay, let me think about this. Let me think of how to put this into words. Like, it sucks being on Roblox because I can't actually like put in video proof. Like, I got video proof of everything, and explanations on everything that could explain it better than I can. But like, I can't put in this. I can't submit the proof. I'm trying to think. Okay, give us a source. Hold up 1 second. What do you mean by give you a source? Even if I start saying the source, I'm gonna get voice banned.
No, I've given sources for my claims before and I've never gotten banned.
Okay, what do you mean by give you a source? Like give you
Tell us where it is. Like tell us where it is, what the article is, and what website is on.
I'd have to honestly go back and find it. Like I'm not like being like I could, if you want to sit here, I could go back through my history. I don't know where it's at, but like it's in my history somewhere. I'd have to sit here and search.
Let me ask you a question. Is it a video evidence or no? Like a video essay? Or
I'm not sure, but I think so.
Okay, that's not a reliable source.
Yeah, but government websites aren't reliable sources either because we know that the government lies to us every day. So like, what is a reliable source at this point?
The scientific
Nothing is
consensus.
technically a reliable source. Okay, but they lie too. Bill Nye himself has said the Earth is a closed system. Argue that.
That the solar system is a closed.
When you have Buzz Aldrin literally saying we didn't go to space, argue that.
Okay. First of all, he's been teaching science since like the 80s. Back then, Pluto was considered a planet. Now it's no longer considered a planet. It's considered a dwarf planet because science has evolved. But the scientific consensus that the Earth is round has stayed completely consistent for hundreds upon hundreds of years.
You're stuck on the flat Earth thing. I'm talking about the Earth is a closed system. He says that himself. Bill Nye literally says to there, and you say video proof. Okay, but this is video of him saying it. He says himself to a person. He goes, "The Earth is a closed system."
The Earth is a closed system.
And then he also, look it up. Look it up. Bill Nye saying the Earth is a closed system, and you can also look up saying this little 8-year-old girl asked Buzz Aldrin when he's doing an interview. She goes, how did you get to the moon or something like that? And he goes, that's not an 8-year-old question. And he goes, well, to tell you the truth, it's because we didn't. Buzz Aldrin himself says that. You can find a video clip of it too.
I think he said he didn't. He didn't go to the moon.
But no, he said we. He said we, but look it up.
I'll definitely look it up after the stream for sure.
Okay. And there's also a clip of this dude going up to Neil Armstrong with a Bible, and he says, he says, I have a check for $10,000 for you. All you have to do is put your hand on the Bible and say you went to the moon. And he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, because he probably didn't go to the moon. Like
But he said he did. He said he was that's the first person ever on the moon. That's what he says. One step for man, one giant leap for mankind, or whatever.
Oh, I thought you
No,
were
it's not a
talking about
cracked out
Neil
source. It's
deGrasse
video clip of
Tyson's.
the
I'm
exact
sorry.
interaction.
I thought you were talking about a completely different person.
No, Neil Armstrong, the person who went to the moon. If space is real, how come the literal astronauts will not put their hand on the Bible and say, "I went to the moon"? For $10,000, that's all he had to do was put his right hand on the Bible and said, "Yeah, I went to the moon."
Yeah, I want to ask this question.
Because if you're no,
someone
because
asked,
listen,
why
if
does
you're
putting
listen, if
why
you went
does
to the
putting
moon,
your hand
'cause
on a
listen,
Bible
I'll
determine
explain.
years of
I'll
scientific
explain.
work
I
is
read that.
fake?
I read that. I'll explain. If you went to the moon, right? Think about it. If you went to the moon, if you're one of the first 3 people in America that went to the moon, you would be excited, right? You'd be ecstatic. You'd own that. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. That was me. Why would he be scared to do it? Why wouldn't he? Why would he not?
We can debate more
just
about
put
that
his hand
later,
on that
but
and be like, "Yeah, I went to the
we
moon."
can debate more about that later. But the
You see what I'm
timer's
saying?
run
But,
out like a while ago. But also, I want to ask not ask, sorry, answer a question that I had in chat. Ethan says, "Can I be a fact checker here?" Yeah, you can if you want. There's totally a big rumor that Buzz said that an 8-year-old that's gone on for a long time, but it's absolutely not on video, and there's no proof at all that it was
I have video
ever said.
proof of it right now.
All right. Well, I mean, we can.
I'll play it right. Matter of fact, I'll play it. I'll play it right now. Let me go. Let me find it. I'll play it right now. I'll play it through the mic for you guys.
Okay.
Watch this. Give me a second. If I don't get, if you guys don't disconnect me, or if it doesn't voice ban me, you guys are about to hear this. Watch.
I'm listening.
I'm scrolling down. I gotta find it.
Take your time. But after this, I will go on to the next person. But
no, that's fine. That's fine. I've taken up more than 6 minutes. That's fair. But I was just trying to.
I absolutely want to hear this.
Okay. Let me just. I'm scrolling. And if you want, you could actually even put somebody else up, and I'll come back when I have the thing.
All right, yeah, I'll probably do that for now. Thanks for coming up.
Okay.
Welcome, Eglaff.
Hey guys.
Hi. What do you want to debate about?
I'm up for anything. First of all, what's your political stance?
I consider myself center left. Also, I just want to read off something in chat. He's never going to find it because it's been proven to have never been said. At best, he's finding an AI generated clip. Yeah. I mean, I'm still gonna let him try to find it. I'm still gonna let him try to find it.
I know the video he's talking about, but like, the guy at that point is like 78, dude. I think he's already lost it.
Maybe. I don't know the video, but anyways, what do you want to debate about?
I'm up for anything. We talk about do you think first, do you think Charlie Kirk's assassination was political violence?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're a center leftist. What do you disagree typically of the typical leftist?
Well, I mean, it's not like the views or anything. It's more so like the extremism of the left.
The volatility of like starting out yelling and
yeah, pretty
going to
much.
violence?
I don't like people who are just aggressive. That doesn't prove your point at all. It just
Mhm.
it just makes people like me look dumb.
Yeah. Do you think the left is the party that commits more violence?
No, statistically, the right actually commits more political violence than the left.
They do. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think that's true.
It is true. They statistically commit there are more far right political violence incidents.
Can you name the statistic or the report?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I believe it was. I can't name it on the top of my head, but if I if I look it up, I could probably find it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm also at the same time trying to search that up because that's crazy to
Yeah.
me. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do your research on that if you want to. I'll probably do my research on that so that I can actually provide a source next time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's just do immigration.
Yeah,
then.
immigration. We could do that.
So, what are your chances on immigration?
Yeah, I believe immigration is a very big necessity. I don't believe we should be mass deporting. I believe we should be giving mass amnesty.
Mass amnesty. So what is your? So, do you think the current deportations are inefficient, or do you think they're downright
They're wrong?
So, what about it is
Well,
wrong?
first of all, this. Do you know why we have an undocumented migration problem?
Tell me why.
Yeah, because we don't have enough ports of entry, and therefore the process of being documented takes way too long because we don't have enough ports of entry. If I remember the number correctly, I think someone said that there are 387 ports of entry, which is not like that's nearly not enough. I think there should be at least, like at the very least, 1,000 ports of entry in the United States.
1,000 ports of entry. So you want more immigration?
Yeah, absolutely. Immigration is literally the backbone of our entire country.
It is, but do you think illegal immigration should like be the backbone of the country? Because that's like because at that point, if you're allowing all these people in, you're no longer calling it illegal.
Yeah, I don't.
So there's unvetted people just walking into your country.
I don't believe there is technically such thing as illegal immigration. I think illegal immigration should be defined as like people who are violent criminals that are coming into this country. Like, yeah, I believe that if
and pragmatically, why do citizens of different countries deserve access to America?
Because we have better like economic opportunities. At least that's what that's what our goal is. We want to give better economic opportunities to people who have it worse off in other countries. Like people, for example, in Mexico, they're like.
Don't you think we should be working on the poverty that's inside our country?
Yeah, I believe we should be doing that, but also I believe that we should also be giving immigrants a fair chance at a better life than they had in their previous countries, as well.
And we have been doing that because I think currently the way people think about it is that when you hear the typical right view of let's ban legal immigration, people sometimes listen to that and they're like ban all immigration, which isn't. I'm assuming most of the right wouldn't say all immigration is bad. Immigration is very important, but having millions of people pour in from different points of entry into your country, having tax to fund their hotel rooms, giving them debit cards, and so much more it's just excessive, right? I mean,
yeah, but if we
the other day, Tesla and Amazon laid off thousands of workers so that they could hire Indian H-8 visas or H-8 work visas, and that's like, how is that America first? You're giving American jobs to immigrants, and it's not like a bad thing to give jobs to immigrants, but it's the idea of those jobs could have extra incentivized Americans to work for Amazon and Tesla. Would have made more money domestically. Why don't we give that to locals? Like, why don't we support ourselves, the people of the country that are already in the country?
I'm pretty sure.
Say, you know what? Never mind. Let's let other people work.
I'm pretty sure we should, absolutely, but I also believe we should be treating immigrants the same way as natural processed U.S. citizens as well.
Yes, but I don't understand how. Don't you think you would be creating a new problem if you're trying to fix both at the same time? If your solution to illegal excessive immigration is by opening the borders even more, that's your solution to that.
Yeah, because we don't
to
have enough ports of entry.
Domestic Americans. What do you mean we don't have enough ports of entry?
We have about 380 something ports of entry. I believe we should have 1,000. Because undocumented immigration is caused because people don't want to wait 10 years just to get processed. and because we don't have enough ports of
Well,
entry.
there's a reason there's a line. We want to process who are the people.
I think
coming
2 years
into
is
the
way too
country.
long.
Why do these people? Do you think they're fleeing war?
I believe they're fleeing poverty and
Persecution?
prostitution. Yeah, absolutely.
One of the highest countries of immigration are, especially in Europe. I'm not sure about America, but in Europe, it's Morocco, Algeria, Libya, and none of those countries are at war.
No, but there is massive poverty, I believe.
Yes, there's massive poverty. You don't believe that the country should work on bettering themselves?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But in the
make
meantime, I
themselves a-
believe that immigration should be an important value as well.
Do you know what brain drain is?
Brain drain. What is that?
Brain drain is when people leave their home country, their home city, to go to a bigger city or bigger country to search for jobs that give them more money. This leaves their local towns or local countries, empty without quality of workers because everyone that's skilled is in a different area. So if we're allowing not only we hurting the countries by taking their best workers into America or into other countries that they want to immigrate into, we're also hurting ourselves because we're not giving those jobs to locals that might be just as skilled. Even if they're not, at least they're a part of the country and will benefit the entire country because it's domestic economy.
Yeah, so there are a lot of people that want to come to this country, and to that I say absolutely great. We need more people, right?
We already have a ton of people in the country, though.
Yeah, but I don't see a problem with more people, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Well, there goes my time.
Yeah, we're out of time. I'm just gonna respond to some comments real quick. In my YouTube chat. The list of things you should tell this fellow to Google Ellis Island. I guess I don't know what point that would make.
Well, my biggest issue with immigration currently is its inefficiency. I don't think what we're doing is wrong. I think the way we're doing it is wrong. The big problem with immigration currently is that it's a civil issue, civil matter. It's not federal, so we can't put them in criminal courts because there's no criminal violation. It's a civil violation.
List of things you need to do.
And that's what allows the executive force and ICE to deport them so easily, which it shouldn't be happening that badly.
Ethan,
it should be
has
happening,
said,
but not
hold on.
as cruelly as it is
I do
happening.
apologize. Ethan said, Ramchu, is there a good
There you
way
go.
I could contact you? I like the respectful and thoughtful conversation on your end. I was fully not expecting that from I Will Debate Anything Live. I assume you likely don't want to give out your email here, but if I give mine, you would be open to shooting me an email.
Damn, bro, I wrote an essay. Holy.
Yeah, you can. I mean, there are multiple ways you can contact me. Yeah, I'm more so active on Discord. So in terms of communication stuff like that, I'm more active on Discord than anything. I believe you should be able to find my server, somewhere in one of my videos in the description, somewhere. But yeah, that's where you can contact me. But yeah, you can absolutely contact me. I have no problem with that. But thank you for coming up, by the way. I'm gonna.
Of course.
No
Thank you for
problem.
having me.
I'm gonna bring up Rudes because I've been waiting for 7 minutes. What's up?
Yeah.
How are you doing today? How's your day today?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I was just wanted to talk to you specifically over, at least on the economics of immigration. I mean, what are, on your view, what are the positives, or at least economic positives, that we see with modern immigration to the
Yeah.
U.S.?
So first of all, we will have to create more jobs, and if we create more jobs, then we have more people that can come in and bring in skilled labor into this, right? Immigrants.
I disagree. No, we have too much of that. We have too many people in too little jobs. The H-1B system with 65,000 people coming in per year takes up the skilled labor that's available for native-born workers, which is why, I mean, as of now, the BLS just reported we're down 32,000 jobs as of September, and even then again too, look at the construction industry, for example. You know, they employ 8 million people in 2023. You know, 39% of those laborers were foreign-born immigrants. And you have the Midwest Pulse
Okay,
Institute,
I'm
right?
not
They
entirely
said that
disagreeing with that
2.7
either.
million. My bad. I don't know why I went on a ramble. My bad. But let's start there. I disagree because I don't think that these people make jobs. Jobs don't come from nowhere. They come from infrastructure.
Yeah.
Bringing in more people doesn't now produce jobs. We have
Yeah,
more
but if we bring
unemployment
in more
currently than we
people,
do
it
job
brings in more
openings.
infrastructure, in my personal opinion.
No, that doesn't follow because where's that infrastructure right now? Where is it?
Generally in like big areas and stuff like that, right?
No, but where is this new infrastructure to make up for this huge new imported supply of labor? Where is it? Because it's not anywhere in the U.S. We're experiencing a job crisis.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that we're experiencing a job crisis. What I believe we should be doing is not implementing horrible economic policies like the Orange Man is doing, like, for example, tariffs. Tariffs hurt our country more than it does benefit us.
How is that?
So, do you know what a tariff is?
I do know what a tariff is. It's a tax on an import. I don't think it causes negative effects.
It does, because
what do you think the negative effects are?
It decentivizes. De-incentivizes. Yes. Thank you so much for correcting my pronunciation. Yeah, it incentive.
You got just do whatever. It de-incentivizes. What does it de-incentivize?
Companies to create factories in the United States.
How is that?
Do you know about the Hyundai incident in Georgia?
Remind
Yeah,
me?
so ICE deported about 200 Korean migrants who were there on work visas. They weren't granted work visas because the immigration system is completely janked. They were there. They weren't even there to like live there. They were just there to help factory workers teach the workers there who are American citizens how to run the factory, because Hyundai is a Korean car company, right? So they had skilled workers from South Korea to teach them to run the factory. It was part of an agreement that South Korea and America had to create more factories in the U.S. But ICE just went and deported all of these South Korean people who were there to teach and install.
Now, okay, what does that have to do with tariffs? Tariff policy having a negative? I could agree. Yeah, deporting skilled labor that is being efficiently used. Yeah, that's maybe not ideal. What does that have to do with the negatives of tariffs?
Yeah, because they created the factory in Georgia to begin with because of tariffs.
Okay. They created the factory because of tariffs. So then deporting people, which is ineffective practice, is a fault of tariffs? That doesn't seem to follow to me. That seems like a poor policy decision on the side of the ICE administration. I mean, it's not necessary. Notice the part that's negative about this situation is that there is properly used. There's being, at least well invested labor here, skilled labor that's training on future labor. So in this case, you have this long cycle of, I guess, workers that can be trained on. Nothing bad happens. It seems to forget the story of the tariff. The tariff's applied. There's a factory made here. They have workers coming over to teach the workers. I don't see a negative yet. And then you tell me they deport these skilled workers here that are helping train other workers or new workers, and you say that's bad. I agree that's bad. That's bad in virtue of the deportation, but it's not clear to me why the tariff has anything to do with this at all, because everything leading up to
because
that,
in
that had to do with the
America,
tariff
in America, if a foreign company tries to make a factory in the United States, they just get shut down, because the United States, the United States, like, I don't want to admit it, the government is very hypocritical. They call for bringing factories into the United States, but then they also shut down those factories because there are foreign workers there.
But what is that? But that has, again, but this is the issue.
That's why tariffs are bad.
The problem we're talking about is tariffs here. But that doesn't have to deal with the tariff. Like, for example, shutting down a factory, right? taking a government action to shut down a factory, let's say through a federal
Also, I
institution such as
I want to
ICE,
ask you a
that is
question.
something
I want to ask
independent
you a
of tariff
question. Where do you
practice.
think bananas are grown? For
Sure.
example.
Like mainly,
Yeah. Are
like it.
Oh my gosh! Thank you for subscribing.
what?
Carl Frank. Thank you for subscribing. I'm sorry. Are they grown in the United States?
No.
Yeah.
No, they're
So
not.
it would be unfair to have. No, I'm not on Twitch. I'm on YouTube.
But you don't need to tariff. You don't have to put universal tariffs. You can still apply tariffs strategically. Like, yeah, sure, there's not necessarily bananas in the U.S., but there are in the Philippines. Yeah, you can have global trade with the Philippines. But again, that's not a criticism of tariffs. If someone points out we lack a manufacturing sector, at least a lot of our economy right now is made up of a gig economy of low-skilled labor. It's made up of people who are functionally unemployed, making under $20,000 a year. If we were to have a strategic set of tariffs specifically on long produced goods, take for example steel, iron, you have car manufacturers centered over here. There are ways to reshore production. And I don't know if you know about Caldorian growth laws or Nicholas Caldor, the American economist, who's like a post-Keynesian. If, at least assuming if Caldorian growth laws hold true, which I think they do empirically, as you increase the amount of output inside of manufacturing production, you necessarily have as an increase in the amount of wealth cascading effects in the economy. The reason why longer goods are produced, there's more series of production taken up, final exchanges at the point of consumer purchase are usually always filling up because that's through wages being passed down locally. So hot job centers, Louisiana. So it's just not clear to me what exactly is the problem with tariffs here. You're giving me cases of where it sounds like you're going to tell me, and then you tell me that they shut down a factory. That doesn't deal with tariffs. If they shut down a factory, that's independently of tariff
Yeah,
actions.
I would also
that's a
mention more,
decision of the
but the
administration.
timer's already ran out. You can come back up later though, if you want to
Okay.
debate more about that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can come up more than once.
Okay.
But for now, I'm gonna bring
Okay.
back up I'm gonna bring up Chris again. I'm assuming he finally found how to call in. Yeah, my server is called Debate a Leftist. That's what the server is. But I'm assuming you found the video.
Yeah, I actually found multiple. Hold up, I'll just play a couple.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't.
He said, and then he says, because we didn't go there. And then, hold up.
What's the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen.
Okay. Then, so, I mean, I don't know if I need to play anymore, but that's himself. That's one of the people that supposedly went to the moon saying they didn't go to the moon.
Okay.
Also, here's another crazy thing. Here's another crazier thing. But like, I mean, we can switch topics because I know that that's not even like a political conversation. Or if you want to keep going, we can too.
Keep going on the flat Earth thing.
I don't. Okay, so are you religious at all or not? No. Okay. Well, I'm not trying to I'm not pushing that, but I am just going to quote something. I am going to quote something that it says in the Bible, and there is, if you look up video evidence, it kind of backs up what it says in a way, and like there has been historical things that back up what the Bible says. For example, I don't know if you know about. Do you know one of the rivers back in the Middle East that got really low, and it showed a sign that was like ancient text that nobody had ever seen before, carved into it, and it said, "When you see this, weep," or something like that. Do you remember when that happened? When the river got super low?
I no.
Do you remember that?
think I.
Okay, well, there's a quote, and do you remember when that part in the Middle East when the rivers literally appeared out of nowhere in the desert?
I'm not sure.
Well, those are direct Bible quotes that Jesus said would happen when that it said would happen, like signs, you know, like signs that you could quote that would happen in history to prove that people aren't crazy if you believe in it. For example, and it quotes exactly the firmament verse. This is why I believe the earth is flat also as well, and it's domed. It says, and God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. So, and it literally depicts ancient Hebrew depiction of it shows the earth and the sea and the mountains, right, on this flat plane, and then it shows the clouds, and then it shows this firmament, and then there's water above the firmament, and then heaven. That's basically, you can look up ancient Hebrew depictions of this. You can look up ancient.
So what's more reliable?
This is
a
not
literal
just
scientific consensus that literally every single scientist has came to a conclusion of.
But these scientists, but what are your sources for these scientists posting? Are these posting? These are posting through government
can I
platforms,
finish my
which
question?
they have to say certain things. Okay.
What's more reliable, a scientific consensus or a book that was written 2,000 years ago?
Okay, no, I understand that question, but listen, okay, you could say that the book 2,000 years ago is not reliable, but then when there's factual evidence to back up what is happening that they said would happen in that book 2,000 years ago, it becomes reliable. Because listen, like that's like saying, okay, for example, it could be crazy, but it's not. It's when there's stuff that's scientifically and historically happening to match what it said would happen. It's not crazy. For example, they're pushing a digital ID. You know this, right? They're pushing a digital ID. They're working on it. Project 2030. Look it up. A digital ID by 2030. Everybody will be digitalized. Everybody will be digitalized. You'll have to have this one little chip. Literally says that in the Bible, the mark of the beast. It literally says that. It says when that happens, it's the end is near. Literally says, okay, for example, like Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030. You literally, everything by then will be digitalized. Surveillance will be so, like you can look it up. I don't know how to explain it. It's crazy. Like it's blowing my mind even trying to talk about it. But by there's even proof of this. Like Mark Zuckerberg himself, there was this thing with Trump the other like a interview with Trump that they were doing. They were together, which I don't know if you know, but Mark Zuckerberg and Trump used to not like each other. But Trump literally basically made him play ball with him because if he didn't, you know how he got an investigation? That was all because he didn't want to play ball in the first place. Now he's playing ball. Now he's with Trump, right? And there's a hot mic video. You can look it up. He's with Trump talking, and he goes, and Trump asks him how many cameras or something, how much money he spent on cameras. And he says like a number, and then he leans back and he's like, his mic's still on, and he goes, I'm not sure what number you wanted me to say. So like Project 2030 is like literally confirmed to be happening. You can look it up and do research.
I'll definitely research about it, but
and that is like one of the things that it says in the Bible that would happen. It doesn't say Project 2030 exactly, but it says Mark of the Beast, which is like a digital form that controls everything.
Okay. What?
Like so I don't know. You can call it. I don't know. I do believe scientists to some degree, but at the point I don't even know because Dr. Fauci himself has been like scientists, like credited scientists that we thought were believable at one point have been like confirmed to be liars. They lied right in front of you. Like for example, COVID was not real. COVID was just a cold, like to get them to give you a shot. It was just a severe cold. Like look up COVID symptoms and look up cold symptoms. It was literally just a severe cold.
Okay. Yeah, we can debate about that when you come up next time. We are basically running out of time. I would love to debate with you about that though. I really hope you come back up later. I want to debate about that. But I'm gonna bring up Iazaris. or Lazarus. I don't know if it's a capital I or a lowercase L. What is it?
Okay. Am I being heard?
Oh yeah, I
Am
can
I
hear
being
you now.
heard?
I can hear you now.
Okay, hold up. Don't start the timer just yet. I got audio things that I'm taking
Okay,
care
that's
of
fine.
right now. Talk? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So I'm actually not right wing. I'm very left wing, and so if this is something we agree on, you could just kick me off.
Okay.
I don't mind. But I want to know what is your I don't know if we can talk about this on Roblox actually, but generally speaking, what is your perspective on Palestine and the genocide
Yeah, I
going
believe
on
it's
right
wrong.
there?
I don't believe.
What
I
is
don't
your
believe that's. Yeah.
perspective? Well, yeah. I figured if you're leftist, you figure it's wrong. I guess to be more specific, what exactly do you propose? Are you more in favor of a 1 or 2 state solution?
Two state solution. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah. Actually, we can 100% debate that then, because I am in fact in favor of a 1 state solution.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm a leftist. You know, I'm not coming to you out of some vitriol,
Okay.
right? So I mean, if you can just lay that out for me, lay out what you think, why you believe 2 state solution would not only be beneficial but the most
Yeah,
beneficial.
the reason
if you can.
why is because I don't believe in invalidating a country's sovereignty.
Okay, so do you think sovereignty includes the right to be an ethno state?
I think what exactly is that again? I think I've
An ethno state is pretty much a country or not a property, territory that the government pretty much says, hey, we're gonna favor this specific group of, we're gonna favor this specific race, ethnicity, religion, which in this case Israel constitutes as an ethno state because Israel has many laws that favor Israeli Jews over all the other inhabitants of
well,
the
I mean,
state.
if it doesn't result in like persecution of other people, then yeah, sure.
Well, the thing is, it does because, for example, there are a lot of policies
well, no,
in
for
Israel.
example, let's take Japan for
that,
example. That's like generally a homogenous state,
Okay.
and they favor Japanese people more than like foreigners, but they're not treating foreigners poorly because of that.
Well, the thing is, Israel does though, right? So Israeli Jews have they have more voting rights, generally speaking, and a lot of Israeli Jews and people from Israel in general are not necessarily in favor of 1 vote, 1 person, right? That's just one example. So it's to put that shortly, only Israelis in Israel, or Jews, sorry, only Jews in Israel have complete rounded voting rights.
Okay.
And so, if you don't mind me telling you why I think 1 state solution would be better, pretty much, first off, it's proven that Israel did expel Palestinians from what we today know as Israel, right? Not only that, but we also know that Israel has held a chokehold on that territory and has continuously expelled them from that place, right? As well as the places that they're supposed to be living in, right? They've kept a chokehold in the West Bank and Gaza, right? Palestinians own barely any of it, and so I think if we created 1 single state for all, where everyone has equal rights, I think that would be a lot better than making a compromise where these people who have oppressed and have committed a genocide are allowed to just live in their little comfortable ethno state where other people can go and have less rights than them.
Okay. I mean, we could argue the same about Russia and Ukraine. We could also argue the same about Germany and Poland.
Well, let me ask you then. Do you think it would have been better for apartheid South Africa to, instead of abolishing apartheid altogether and just freeing the black people of South Africa, you think it would have been better to just make a white state where the white people are, where you just like, okay, you know what, white people go live over there, go be racist over there. I don't think so, right? I don't think that would have worked, right?
No, I don't think so, but that doesn't mean that we should have a one state solution either.
Well, no, I think it does, because I think in that case, which draws a lot of parallels to Israel and Palestine, I think it is it shows that, like, if we were to do a one-state or a two-state solution there, it would have been a lot worse than a one-state solution. So why is a two-state solution better here, but not in a very
Because I
similar
believe in
case? I
Palestine
know I'm running out of time
sovereignty,
here,
and I
so
believe in
if you can
Israel
bring me up
sovereignty.
later.
I don't.
Yeah, no, that would 100% exist. I mean, the state would have sovereignty, right? But the thing is, what Israel is doing is not an exercise of sovereignty; it's an exercise of supremacy.
Okay. Look, the main reason.
I hope that makes
the main
sense to you.
reason I just believe in a two-state solution is because I want Palestine to be a country and I want Israel to be a country, and I don't want any like beef between the two countries. I think it's just dumb. Like
Well, I think
we can agree
Israel
that
and
war is just
Go
dumb,
ahead.
right? We can agree war is dumb. All right.
Yeah. No, I think there's a lot of things we agree on here. I think we agree that war is dumb. I think we agree that genocide is happening and that it's horrible, right? But I think it's really important to understand that the one-state solution is better, at least in my opinion, and the opinion of many other scholars on this topic. Like I said, I know I'm running out of time, so if you can bring me up later on, I'd love to continue talking about this. I believe it was Dr. Norm Finkelstein who has been a scholar on this for a very long time. He's been very vocal about the fact that he believes a one-state. I could be getting him confused with someone else. I can bring you sources when I come back up later. But I believe it was Finkelstein who said that the time for a two-state solution is past. Israel has become too genocidal, too supremacist, stuff like that, right? And the only way to ensure that this supremacy never takes form in a government again is to establish a one-state solution.
I think what we should be doing instead is reforming, like, they should be reforming their government, and we can have a two-state solution.
I think that's a part of it. I think creating a one-state solution is a reform of the government, but I'm running out of time, so I'd be happy to come up later. Thank you so much for talking to me.
I hope you have a good day today.
Alright,
I'm gonna bring up Skuna up, and then I'm going to bring back up Chris, because they're having a little debate and chat about COVID. Welcome, Sukuna. How are you doing? Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing alright. Yourself?
I'm doing pretty good today, actually.
All right. What? I know you say you're a leftist, right? But I mean, we see a lot of different types of leftists. What kind of leftist would you
I
say
mean,
you
I would
are?
say I'm somewhat moderate, but not like extremist. I'm not like too moderate, but I'm not extremist either.
Okay.
I would say I'm like center left, moderate left.
Moderate left. All right. I guess one thing I want to ask you is, do you believe that? I guess it's more of a two-parter, right? One, that transgender ideology is good for the young mind, and that trans women are women, real women.
Well, yeah, I do believe that T women are women, in my personal opinion. Yeah. Like biologically, they're
is
not, but I don't think it's right to invalidate that either, because I believe that gender and S are two different things. Gender is a social construct identity.
Being trans, okay. And then what do you say about the first one?
What was the first one again? I feel like I kind of spaced out a little bit. I do apologize.
You're all good. You're all good. Do you think that transgender ideology is good for the young mind?
Transgender T ideology?
Yes.
This is a new one. When has it ever been an ideology?
What do you mean? Like the idea of it, like the idea of it. You think like children should be learning about it, that it should be accepted, and all that?
In my personal opinion, yeah, I think it should be accepted in society. Why? Do you not believe so?
Why? Yeah. Why do you say that? Why do you, I want to hear why you think it should be?
What are T people doing that are bad?
Or well, I mean, we're encouraging kids. I guess young. Let's see, like 12, 13-year-old children. It's more widely accepted to be taking hormone blockers and all this other stuff, and that's. I personally don't think that's okay. Well, I mean, it just isn't okay. It's not good. It shows irreversible side effects.
Okay. First of all, every single medical treatment has side effects. Also, I want to address this real quick. This is actually
Yes.
off topic. Chat, I know you're like really excited because there's someone that believes what they believe, but guys, I'm planning on talking to them too. um let's just keep it on topic for now. Um but anyways, what was your argument again?
That let's be more specific. I'm gonna say this specifically so it's easy to dive into. I think that it is not okay to allow children to have I forgot the exact term for it, but allow children to have
HRT?
hormone blockers and all that other stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, there are conditions outside of T people, where this is a medical procedure, outside of this that are used on on teenagers.
Could you give me an example?
Well, I don't know this. I don't know the
What
specific name
specific
of it, but I know
conditions?
that the condition basically makes it so that it's a condition that makes the word that I can't say, but it starts with P and ends in liberty.
Wait, it starts with P, ends with liberty.
Yeah, well, rhymes with liberty. It's a word I can't say on Roblox. But it's where
Okay, yeah,
that
you're
starts
good.
at a
Just go
really
ahead.
young age, so they will use HRT in order to.
There we go. Sorry, gender affirming care. That's the one I was talking about. Gender
Yeah.
affirming care. That's a specific word. I saw someone
Okay,
in the chat.
so
Thank you.
why is that bad necessarily?
Well, I mean, it just well, one, I don't think kids when a child comes up to you, right, and you know, it's like mommy, daddy, they're a boy, they're a little boy,
Mhm.
right? All of a sudden, one day they wake up and they tell you that they're a girl, right? And then you start to give them, hormone blockers and estrogen pills and all the other stuff, right? And then one day, they, for whatever reason, right, and this happens a lot, right? They decide that that's not who they actually are, and they want to get off all that stuff. It leaves, you know, it's almost sometimes in some cases it's irreversible.
Okay,
it completely
let's
wrecks all of your hormones. It messes
So
up
I feel like you're
development
misunderstanding
in
something.
young teens.
Gender affirming care and
Okay,
surgery are two completely different things. Gender affirmation,
I understand. Yes, I understand that. Yes.
yeah. Um, I do believe that. Yes, I believe that like stuff like surgery should be reserved for at least people above like. I don't believe anyone younger than 15 should get it.
Why is that? Because I mean, our hormones don't stop settling until around 19.
Well, yeah. So
why is 15 the acceptable age? Because even after that,
well, it just
could
gives
still
their
have
it gives her
horrible side
enough
effects.
time to make sure that that is actually what they want to do or not. I believe we should be giving
A 15-year-old has enough like experience to really know that.
In my personal opinion, yes, most of these incidents happen from around the age of 13, and then they can be given a little bit amount of time to consider their thoughts and kind of ponder, is this what they is this who they are, right? Is that who they are? And if they're like yes, then I believe like 16 plus should be like the age that you can get those surgeries.
16 is when you should be able to get gender affirming surgeries. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
Why is that? I want to hear that. Why you think that that should be, I guess, okay? Because that's life changing. You gotta realize that's life changing. That's a 16-year-old child. You know what I mean?
Well, first of all, they have to get permission. First of all, it's an evaluation up to the doctor as well, right? It's an evaluation made by multiple people, not just the one person that that has thoughts of stuff like that, right? We can agree upon that.
That the doctor has to approve it, which I think is ridiculous that doctors even approve that. But go ahead. Yes. I agree with that.
So why are they bad?
Why is allowing? We only got 20 seconds. Why do I think that allowing a 16-year-old child to completely just change their body forever, like in that sort of way? Why is that bad?
Yeah, I mean, my body was technically changed when I was around 13 years old. I had foot surgery because I didn't have arches in my feet. So
yes, but that has nothing to. You wanna?
Yeah, you can come back up. I'm gonna. I'm gonna
okay.
bring back up. I'm actually gonna bring back up Chris because I really want to debate about the COVID thing. Welcome up. I am actually excited to actually. Am I weird for being excited to talk about someone like, because I've never met a person that actually believed this ever. Yeah, really? I've never ever in my life.
It's actually not as crazy. I know it sounds crazy because of like everybody, but I'm telling you, it's not as crazy as I'm making it sound. A lot of people more than me believe this. Like I know I could literally get more. I could text multiple people right now to make an account and join. I know more people that literally.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you have some kind of echo chamber. I'm sure you do.
It's not okay. No, see here. I do believe that there was sickness and it was like a type of a cold or something, but I don't like. Okay, I don't believe that it came from bats in Wuhan. I believe that it was government made for one. I believe that it was government made. Yes. Okay. Because listen.
I mean, that's speculative.
Right? There has been. I don't believe that. Like. I don't believe it was this crazy weird virus that came from Japan and spread all over the world.
Wasn't it China?
I believe
Wait,
that
you didn't even get the country right.
Or China, my bad. China, my bad. China, my bad. Wuhan, whatever. I'm not trying to be mean, but I believe that it was lab made and released because it's have you noticed? Okay, the dude who made Big Pharma is behind schools, and you can look this up. Rockefeller, whatever his name is, the dude who made Big Pharma is behind schools, and his quote was, "I do not want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers." And basically, it was another like ploy to make money for Big Pharma. It was just a big pharma scandal. Like they released a new virus, and then they released the solution to the virus, so everybody would pay to go get it, so they could make more money.
Okay. What does that have anything to do with COVID being fake?
That's what I believe. I believe that it was just another like a severe cold they released and then named it COVID and said it was a crazy virus so that people would have to go get vaxxed and they would pay money so that they can make more money. It was all just a money scandal.
Okay, so first of all, how many people like died from COVID again?
Okay, but look up the symptoms of COVID and then look up the symptoms of a severe cold. It's
okay. I'll search it up real quick. Symptoms of
or a severe flu or something like that. It's one of those two. It's either the flu or the cold.
Severe flu.
Yeah, and it's the exact same symptoms as COVID.
Okay.
Almost pretty much the exact same.
symptoms of COVID. Just look this up real quick. Oh, this is taking way too long. All right, yeah, they're similar. What? How does that prove anything though?
Because think about it. They do it all the time. They come up with new names for the same old thing. Like, think about it. There's multiple things that have the exact same like symptoms, but yet there's different vaccines for it. They just want to. They're like I don't know. It's like testings. It's almost like they're testing different stuff in us because they want to test different vaccines, and they have to come up with an excuse for it. So they make a new
what's
virus.
your proof for this?
What do you mean? When the flu came out, different types of flu shots came out. They all had, and then
yeah, because we don't want to die from the flu
all over time. No, obviously, but like okay, flu is crazy, but like think about it. Like, there for different types of colds, for different types, like, have you noticed how, like, for example, bronchitis and a lung infection are pretty much the exact same thing, but they call it two different things? Like, they do it all the time. They just make two different names to make
bronchitis
you
is
take
a
two
different
types of
form.
medicines.
It's a type of that, but it's not the same thing as just a simple lung infection.
Okay, but do you get what I'm trying to say though? Like, I think
okay. So what I'm asking you is, what's your source for your claims?
I've seen too many sources over the years.
Too many sources. Okay. What's your
like,
source?
I've seen, for example, like have you can look this up multiple times when they were pushing the COVID vaccine when it first came out and COVID was real fresh. They were pushing the COVID vaccine, and there was multiple people that were coming out, scientists that were saying that it was fake and all this stuff, and then they disappeared.
What's your source for that?
Look it up. I don't know the exact source. You can find it though. You can find these sources.
If there's so many sources, at least name me one.
I can't. I don't look. Okay, if you want my truth, when I do research, I don't look at the name of the site. I just look at research, and then if I'll research it myself, I'll look it up, and then if I see a bunch of people saying the same thing, then I'll like, you know.
Okay, so if everyone was saying, you know, that eating asbestos was good for you, would
no, it's not like if everybody. No, it's not like that. It's more like if a lot of people that like, okay, I look at it as if somebody has no reason to lie, like, I look at it from their perspective almost. Like, I try to look at it as in their perspective and what they're saying, because if they sound crazy, then I'm gonna say they're just freaking crazy. But if they sound believable, I'm gonna be like, because the world is a crazy place, and a lot of things happen that you wouldn't believe. But like, and it sounds crazy when you say these things out loud, because that's what they want.
I don't know about you, but I personally believe like facts and statistics more than just a group of people saying one thing.
Yeah, but but what are these facts and statistics being pumped out by?
By scientists.
Right? But who are the scientists?
Nobody.
But who are they?
They're not employed by anyone.
Well, if they're scientists, they have to work for something. They have to have a job. They can't just be a scientist for themselves. They have to work for a company to science for. They have to science for a company, or they have to have their own company. And they have to be funded. Who are they funded by?
Okay, so you're telling me that, like, for example, gravity was just like some government, like.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about, okay, for example, scientists. I'm asking a certain question. Who are these scientists do you believe funded by?
People.
That's my question.
People fund science.
Okay, who are the people that are funding them?
Citizens through taxpayer money.
No, I'm saying who are their biggest funders? Who these credibles, these big scientists that you believe, who are their number one biggest funder? Who's their number one biggest funder? That should be the question.
You believe there is a single like big funder for this?
There's multiple funders for certain scientists. For example, Bill Gates, I think Bill Gates funded biotech, I believe, or one of those for the COVID vaccine. Why would there be tech in a vaccine? Why do you need little tech nanobots in a vaccine? What does that do? You see what I'm saying? Like,
wait, I'm sorry.
Why do they need
you're
to do
you're
that? Why do they
saying
need
that
to put
because
in a person?
of the name, it implies that there's something in the vaccine?
No, it's been proven. There's been proven. It was proven.
Okay.
Also,
show me the studies.
It was proven. I can't show you on Roblox.
Well, give me a source.
Look up biotech and COVID vaccine. Do your research. Look up on Have you heard of the website Snopes? You want to talk about a credible source? I mean, that's ran by the government though, so I don't know how credible it is because the government they lie all the time.
Okay.
So, like you can like and like you can do your research. I don't have to explain this stuff. Like I'm not trying to like sit here and.
Well, I'll definitely do my research on it.
I'm
but
trying to debate.
I just don't. I don't know. But yeah, I'll do my research about it after the stream. But for now, I'm gonna go and bring back up Lazarus. Welcome back up.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Okay. So, first off, wait before we start, I actually want to talk to that Chris guy. Not talk to him directly, but just say, if you come up here and you don't have any way of proving your point, you don't tell someone else to prove it for you. You come up here with facts and you read out the name of the study that you're using. Otherwise, don't come up here. Okay. Anyways, so I want to get back to the one-state solution
Yeah, sure.
argument, if that's okay. So I misquoted Norman Finkelstein a little bit. He is a very reliable scholar. But anyways, so he did say that he does not believe that the one-state solution is viable in this front. I disagree with him. However, I do want to cite him as to say that even people who don't agree with the one-state solution or don't believe it's viable agree that it is the most just for Palestinian lives. And a lot of what they cite the most is civilian violence, right? As to why it wouldn't work, right? Jews and Palestinians living amongst each other could be violent, and I agree with that to an extent. However, I want to cite that the founder of Hamas, right, which is the main government, or not the government, sorry, the main I'm sorry, I'm blanking. The military group which is fighting against Israel and considered their quote unquote main freaking opponent. The founder, I have to remember his name. I'm sorry, I myself am not Palestinian, so I'm going to pronounce this so wrong. I think it's Mohammed al-Zahar. He is a co-founder of Hamas. He himself has said that he does not rule out the possibility of living amongst Jews and there not being any violence, right? Obviously, that's one guy. However, I think I am inclined to believe that Palestinians are not going to be violent towards Jewish people, at least not to the extent that we believe. And I believe a part of I do not believe a two-state solution is going to happen right after we solve whatever's happening right now, right? I think it's going to be a very gradual process, a very gradual systematic overhaul. But I do want it to be the end goal, right? I don't know if you agree with that. I don't know if you believe that should be the end goal, but I do believe that's what every single action and every single step we take should be moving towards. I believe if there is ever a two-state solution, it should be it should be temporary, or it should be thought of as temporary, right? And during that two-state solution, that hopefully it's temporary two-state solution, it should be thought of as a temporary stand-in while we try to overhaul the supremacist ideals of Israel as we know it.
Okay, so would have we argued the same thing for, like, for example, would we argue the same for, like, Germans and Polish people?
Well, the thing is, I don't think that that's necessarily comparable. Just because, I mean, this is excuse me, sorry, I'm kind of blanking here. I don't think it's necessarily comparable, because I think there's a much closer relationship between Israelis and Palestinians than there are Polish people and Germans. But I do agree to an extent. I think what I feel like a one-state solution would be the most justifiable, because that land did provably belong to Palestinians at some point, and even Jewish people and even Israelis admit that by saying, you know, it would Israelis they say, you know, we came and made the land rich, right? Stuff like that. So even they acknowledge that the land was not theirs before, and so we have to acknowledge the right for the right of return, right?
All right.
Definitely. And to even if a two-state solution would be maybe better than what we have right now, it would still violate their right to return, which I believe they are entitled to. Because it was not a peaceful moving out of Israel. It was very much a expulsion and an ethnic cleansing to get them out. And that's why Gaza and that's why the West Bank are so densely populated.
Yeah, I agree. However, in my opinion, it's just the main thing is we're arguing that one group of people are like the one country is like vastly superior to the other. And in my opinion, that's just not true.
I don't think that's true either.
So why are we?
Wait. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
So if we were to have a one-state solution, it would be either Israel or Palestine.
No, I don't think it would be. I think it would be some third option, some third name where it's a binational, or not even binational, just like a completely ethnically diverse state, sort of in the same nature as America, where I know America has not been necessarily living by these policies, but we definitely built ourselves as an ethnic melting pot where anyone can come and anyone can, you know, live here and be treated as American regardless of their ethnic background, right? And I believe that's what this hypothetical one state should be.
Okay. The problem is mainly it's kind of like that's the United States, right? But that's not really what Israel nor Palestine is. Palestinians are in Palestine, and Israelis are in Israel.
I hope I can overstay my welcome just a little bit longer to respond to that. So the reason why Israel and Palestine are not that is one, because Israel and Palestine are not that. Mainly because first, no one wants to live in Palestine, right? No one wants to live in Palestine. It is being flattened. It is being bombed regularly. It is in famine. It is being genocided. But Israel, on the other hand, while there are people who maybe want to live there, it does not let people who are not Jewish live there. Or no, it does let them live there. However, there are laws that pretty much says Palestinian people specifically, but more broadly other people as well. Pretty much it says, hey, you can live here, but you can't live here because these are Jewish territories. Like I said earlier, they don't have the same voting rights. Israel is not letting their state be that ethnically diverse melting pot democracy that people want to believe it is. And it's not even that in Israel proper, like some liberal Zionists would want to claim. All-Star Mark, real quick, I just want to say Norman Finkelstein is a I believe he's Israeli. He is a scholar on this subject. I don't necessarily agree with him on everything, but I do 100% recommend looking him up. He has some really good ideas.
Alright.
But anyway, yeah, that's my whole take on it. If you want to kick me off now, you can. But
You can come back up later, maybe. I don't know. I've been live for about
Okay,
3 hours and
appreciate
20
it.
minutes as of now. I might stay live for about like 4.5 hours, maybe. But I want to bring up Burgers Are Better. She's back. Welcome.
What's going on?
Hi.
Hi. What's going on?
Yeah.
It's been a bit.
How's your day today?
It's doing
I'm
good.
doing
How's
pretty
yours?
good. What do you want to debate about?
That's good. Man, we should continue debating about T people.
Okay.
I feel like we didn't really get on that
Alright.
much.
So your like argument was that T people are like delusional and like and stuff like that, right? That was your
Well, yeah. Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
In my opinion, that's like in my opinion, that's dehumanizing. Wouldn't we agree?
Mhm. Not necessarily. I don't believe that term is dehumanizing if it's just the truth. In my personal
So
opinion,
if I were
I mean, I feel
so
like that's
if
the
I
best way
were
to
if I
describe it.
were to call you like delusional for your takes, wouldn't that not be somewhat dehumanizing?
I don't believe so because we have different opinions on this topic. So I can understand why you would say that.
Okay.
I don't view it as dehumanizing.
So I already know what you're probably going to answer, but I just want to ask again, just so that we have a general, like standpoint. Why do you say they're delusional? I already know what you're going to answer though.
Because right, I've talked to a lot of T people. I've talked to a lot, and they always understand they'll never biologically be the opposite gender. They'll always understand that. So when I ask them why are you trying to be that, they don't really have an answer for me. So I simply feel like it's a form of delusion.
Okay. So your argument is just because you think it is.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, transitioning towards another gender that you're not biologically are is very odd to me. I understand gender and S are different things, different social constructs. I understand that, right? But when you understand conceptually you'll never be the opposite gender, I don't get the point of being delusional and trying to make yourself something you're not.
Yeah. So first of all, do you what I'm trying to bring a good like a counter argument here. Like, what's your opinion on like people who, for example, like they're two different ethnicities? For example, Kamala Harris, her her dad is from Jamaica, her mom is from Chennai, India. Right? So like what would she consider herself then?
Both. It's both in her blood. That's
Okay.
her ethnicity.
Yeah, no, that's a bad example. I am so sorry.
I mean, no, you're good. I see where you're going with it, though. I understand what you're trying to do.
Lazarus
But,
actually brought up a
you
good
know,
point though. Depression is also a mental illness, but we don't disrespect them when we give them the treatment we've found helps them the best. And we can apply the same logic to gender dysphoria, right? It is a legitimate condition, and you know it's honestly sad too. You know, there are a lot of people that suffer from this, but we have the medical the medical consensus is that allowing them to transition benefits them. It benefits them the long run, Do you know the regret rate for transitioning?
It's very low.
Yeah, and you
It's
want to
extremely low.
and even for the ones that are very low, you want to know what like around 60% of those 1% is the reasons for that is because they're not being accepted into society, because people actively hate on them. It's social stigma. Exactly. Lazarus. Yeah. The reason.
I think with this debate,
Hmm?
I think with this debate is that I base it off, well, originally, you know, my personal opinions based off my mortality and my own religion. And I'm trying not to use my religious beliefs in this. But at the same time, I think this is an argument we're going to have to, you know, differ from. I don't feel like there's ever going to be a debate on this just because, you know, it's based on your mortality and how you view certain things in society as normal and not normal. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so now your argument is simply just because you think it's weird.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's weird. I think it's a form of delusion. I feel like trying to make yourself something you aren't is a form of delusion. And I understand that people have mental illnesses such as, you know, gender dysphoria. But I feel like where the argument lies is the treatment for it. I don't feel like we should be telling them that it's okay and telling them that this is normal, because I genuinely don't think it is. And I feel like they need a lot of therapy and different kinds of treatment than just telling them, than allowing them to transition.
Well, yeah, I believe we should give them time to ponder if that's what they feel like, and if their opinions, if their feelings don't change, then yeah, transitioning is absolutely, like, it's literally a life-saving treatment, and I don't believe that we should be stigmatizing people because of that. That's
Well, I don't necessarily think it's a life-saving
is.
treatment. I don't feel like transitioning is a life-saving
it
thing.
literally is.
I disagree with
No,
that.
statistically it is. There is a higher
What statistic are you
unalive
using?
rate for people who don't transition than for people who do.
So what you're telling me is that we should just let people transition just because they want to, even though, you know, it's a form of delusion. I mean, it is delusional. Trying to make something you're not is delusional. So you're telling me we should just let them transition just because they want to and fill their mind with like not really factual things. I mean, like that's what I'm getting
They're
from
not
this is
denying
we should just
facts.
allow
They're
them
not
to
denying
believe
facts
in this
either,
delusion.
but you know, it's their identity. I believe they should be able to identify with how they identify with.
Well, here's the thing: they can identify as anything they want, but what about the pronouns "zer"? What about pronouns like they them? Like, do you agree with that?
So actually, I know the timer's ended, but I actually want to actually bring up some more points. So is it fine if I continue, everyone?
Yeah,
I'm asking everyone else because I know there's a couple more people that want to come up.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Ramchu, what? Actually, I want to do something. Lazarus, I believe you said that you're T, right? In chat, I was reading chat a little bit. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna try to do. This is what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna switch it to this, and then I'm gonna bring up Lazarus.
Okay. Hey, what's up? What's up? Hi.
Hi.
Burgers are better. What can I call you? Is there anything you want me to call you specifically?
You can just call me Burgers. It's fine.
Burgers, cool. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of my, I don't want to appeal to authority here, but I want to give you a little bit of my credentials. I am a psychology student, right? I've been studying this. I studied this in high school as well. Obviously, you know, psychology classes in high school are extremely entry level, but I'm also trans. I don't know if I can say that on Roblox, but pretty much I can tell you have this debate with you in a very reliable sense. So, what I'm hearing is you believe it's delusional, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So define delusion.
In my sense, believing something you're not.
Believing something you're not, right? And what do they believe that they are not?
The opposite sex.
The opposite. Okay. So you said gender just a little bit ago. So is it gender or is it S word? We have to censor that, I think.
Yeah.
So be careful, please. I don't want you to get censored.
S word.
Is it gender or is it S word? Cool, it's
I
S
would
word.
say S
Right.
word.
So define S word. How do we? So if
What
we
you're
say someone's
biologically
female.
born as.
Okay. Well, what are the biological traits that make someone something?
Female and male.
Right.
I mean,
but
the
what are the
biological
traits? What are the traits? What do we look at when we say is this person female or male?
certain chromosomes, female autonomy, uterus, for example,
Okay.
certain bodily fluids you must have, certain.
So what can I ask you? What is the necessary condition? What does every single female need to be female? What does every single male need to be male? Every single one, without any exception.
What do you mean without exception? I just named them. I mean, not all women are born with
Okay.
uteruses.
So
Well,
for example,
when we say that right, if every woman was born without a medical condition, then I could easily name those, but I can't because of certain medical conditions that certain people have at a very, very
Right.
low rate. So that's
Right,
why I name a
so-
lot of them, because a woman may have the right chromosomes but not a uterus, and some women may have a uterus and not the right chromosomes. So it just depends what you're born as.
but do you recognize how that makes that definition arbitrary?
No.
Do you recognize how that definition suddenly doesn't exist because there's not one
No, it
thing that we
does.
can point to that says every single person has it?
So are you telling me that that's S word and gender is the same thing and not a social structure?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying S word is more fluid than we give it credit for, which is actually
But the
recognized
thing
by
is,
a
what
lot
a
of
debate,
scientists.
right? What a debate, I would say, in general, would be chromosomes. But there's under 1% of women that have mixed chromosomes, but they have a uterus. So
Yep,
there are
and
points you could bring
they're
up, and
called
that's why I'm
inter-S word.
mentioning that.
They are called inter-S word. That is what they're called.
No, that's inter-S word is completely different. Inter-S word
No, it's not.
is
It's
basically
literally not.
where they can go to a doctor and get tested for their chromosomes, and whatever chromosomes they have more of, that's their actual gender. Or I'm sorry, S word. I can't say that on here. But that's what you can do. So there's always going to be a defining line. What is a female? What is a male? Always.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do you actually believe that? Do you want to die on that hill?
I mean, yeah, 100%.
Okay, so what is someone who has XXY?
Are you talking about Turner syndrome?
Just answer the question. What are they?
Are you talking about Turner syndrome?
You know what? Can I tell you something? I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. It doesn't matter what the name of the syndrome is. I'm asking you, if someone has XXY chromosomes, what are they? How do you classify them? You can try to identify the syndrome, but it doesn't change the question.
Give me a sec. My dog's barking. Give me like 1 second.
No
I'll pause
worries.
the timer. But something I also want to bring up too, is, you know, she was arguing at one point that, you know, changing your body is like bad. I changed my body technically.
Okay.
Yep.
I had
Everyone does.
surgery.
Every single person
I
does.
had surgery to bring arches into my feet.
I think it's very important to realize that gender affirming care is considered healthcare. That's not like debatable, by the way. It is considered healthcare.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm
so someone born with XXY chromosomes, what are they? How would
A man.
you characterize them?
Man, that's a men's syndrome. That's where a man is born with an extra X chromosome. What are you talking about?
Really?
Yes. It's literally called, I
And-
think it's called
Klinefelter syndrome.
Yeah. That's where a
Okay,
man
what
is
about
born with an
someone
extra
born-
X chromosome.
What about someone born with XXO?
I don't know that on the top of my head. I mean, I would have to. I mean, if you search it up, if you could search these up, it would literally tell you what syndrome it is for which gender. For example, Turner syndrome, that's only for women. I mean,
No, okay, not necessarily, but do you see how you literally can't tell me one single thing
I
that
just did. It's
defines?
a men's
No,
syndrome.
you
just
can't,
brought up a
no,
men's syndrome.
hold up, chill out, bro.
It doesn't make any
You
sense.
hold up. No, I'm saying you can't tell me one single thing that every single female in the entire world possesses.
Usually.
Usually. There you go. Usually. So what if I said?
Usually,
What if? No,
a
hold up.
uterus, but some
No, no,
women
no.
have
Whoa, whoa,
medical
whoa.
conditions.
Hold up. So what if I said? What if I said chocolate bars usually have chocolate in them? That's stupid, right? That's dumb. Because
No,
all chocolate bars have chocolate.
this is where I know you're trying to have a gotcha moment, but at the end of the day, this is reality, and not all women are going to be born with a uterus because of medical line conditions. It's an actual thing.
Okay.
You're laughing, but it's serious. I mean, all women are supposed to be born with uteruses. That's how it's supposed to be. But
Supposed to.
medical conditions, with medical conditions, they can be born without a uterus, or they can be born with part of a uterus.
But the thing is, if they don't meet the definition that we set in line, then they aren't part of that group. That's how definitions
Okay,
work.
let me give you a counter argument for that. Give me 1 second.
Oh dear.
Okay, for example, what makes a chair?
What makes a chair? Dude, you know what? Low key, I don't know. How about that? I don't know.
No. What makes a chair?
I can.
What makes a chair?
So basically, what makes a chair
Go
is
ahead,
anything
go
that
ahead.
you can sit on.
Anything you can sit on, right?
No,
So for example,
no, I know what she's gonna say right now. She's gonna say, well, you can sit on a cup. So does that make that a chair?
no, you can sit on a couch. Does that make it a chair? It has 4 legs. Stands up. That's not a chair.
I feel like this argument doesn't actually work in your favor because you're just proving that a lot of our definitions are arbitrary, and you're just proving that
Exactly, because this is a counter
S word-
argument. You're trying to disprove my point.
and you're
but
proving
you
that
make no sense.
Hold up, you're proving that S word should be arbitrary. Right, you're proving that by the fact that we can't put a definition on every single person that we consider a part of a given group, that it should be arbitrary because that's the logical
But I just gave you a counter
conclusion we
argument.
should draw.
But I just
No,
gave you a
but
counter argument how everything is that way.
No, but I believe my counter argument disproves you, so that means it disproves you. No, I'm telling
No,
you
it does not.
that you're proving that a lot of definitions in the world are arbitrary.
Almost every single one of them. Every single one of them.
Yeah, so why don't we
But you're
why don't we consider S word so instead of considering S word just 2 different categories, why don't we just consider a spectrum?
A spectrum.
Yeah.
So you stated earlier that you can
this is not what I
acknowledge-
want. This is not what I want. This is what it is. By the way, I'm not telling you what I want. I'm telling you what scientists believe.
You stated earlier that S and gender are 2 completely different things.
This
And
is
now you're
true.
trying to tell me that it's on a spectrum?
Yep, and those 2 claims can coexist. S is a spectrum, gender is a spectrum. They're both spectrums and they are both different. Those are not those are not hypocritical statements.
Wait, I'm sorry. Give me a sec. My roommate's showing me something. What? Oh, wait, that's kind of cute. I'm sorry. That was actually. Oh, that's sad. Hold up. I gotta go, but I'll come right back if you friend me. And we can definitely debate this later.
Friend the host, please.
Yeah.
Are you uncomfortable with me friending you?
Jenny, can I be honest? Yeah, because I mean,
Bro's
like,
uncomfortable because I have a different opinion. That's crazy.
I mean, your opinion on my existence. I mean, like, I feel like that's.
No,
I feel like if I
over Roblox is crazy, but disacknowledge it. I'm not disacknowledging you that you are a person. You obviously exist. I'm not stating that. I'm just stating.
Look,
I'm not
I just look if I called all white people delusional and you said you didn't want to be friends with me over that, I would understand that.
What?
I feel like that's a weird sweeping statement. What? Someone doesn't want to be
No,
friends
I'm
with me.
confused.
No,
If you call all white
no.
people delusional, they're born white. You can't call someone delusional for what they're born.
People are
as.
born trans.
No, they're not. Oh my god.
Okay.
You are. Oh. This dude, bro. Oh my god. You know what? I'ma go. I hope you have a lovely night. I'm sorry if I offended you because I have a different opinion. My
I
fault.
was not offended. I was okay. Look, honestly, I was offended
You
by you
seem
being
pretty
wrong.
pissed off.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like this is like my rights because the thing is, people use the things you say to justify taking rights away from people like me.
You seem like you're balling up your fist behind that.
I mean, to be
computer screen.
fair,
I'm
he's
not gonna
kind of
lie.
justified in
guitar
his
pick.
anger because people use these same talking points to remove the rights of people like
Wait,
Lazarus.
how are you angry? How are you angry if you're not offended? He just said he wasn't offended. How are you angry if you're not offended?
Those two words actually mean two different things. So here,
Not
can
really.
I give you a really quick example, right?
Oh,
So,
Jesus Christ. Oh my
just
God.
real
You know what?
quick
I gotta
example,
go. I gotta go to the club. I gotta get
mm.
turned. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay.
Bye. It was nice talking to y'all, actually, though. Like on set.
Okay.
I hope you have a good
It was
day.
actually nice talking to y'all.
Where are
on
you
some
going
real
to?
shit. You too.
Oh,
I'm going
nice.
to the club.
Here, wait.
Nah.
Actually, I really hate to make this about me, but Ram, should I see other people in the chat if they want to come up and talk to me about it before we go back to talking to you? Because I know this is your show and your thing, but I mean, if anyone else, because I see a couple people being like, seething, but like if they want to come up and talk to me, I can 100% talk to them. If not, you can kick me off and we'll continue.
I mean, is
with
there
you talking.
anyone here who wants to carve into my YouTube chat? Just ask what are we talking about? Tea people. We're talking about tea people right now.
Tea
Have a
people.
great night, y'all, though.
All right.
Be
Bye.
safe.
Have a good day.
Have fun.
Thank you. You too.
Is there anyone who wants to talk to Lazarus?
That was insane. That was insane. That made me feel like I was going genuinely crazy. Okay, I don't see anyone expressing any interest.
All right. I'm gonna bring this back to.
Hold up. While I'm still up here, I wanna say my opinion, and it's been the opinion of other people in chat. I do not think you should bring Chris back up. I know he's gonna make a hissy fit about that, but he's, if not a rage baiter, then a conspiracy theorist who doesn't.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Shoot! I am so sorry. Oh no! Please finish what you were about to say.
Okay, I was just saying, a couple of people in chat, including me, are saying that Chris is a conspiracy theorist. If he isn't rage baiting, then he definitely is the kind of person who comes up, says what he wants to say, doesn't provide any evidence, and I don't think that promotes healthy discussion. I think, as much as I disliked the last person I talked to, I think that discussion was a lot healthier than what Chris has to say. If that
Yeah, I
makes
can
any
understand
sense.
that.
You know, it's your choice.
Yeah, it is
but
my choice.
I was speaking
yeah,
for other
thank you
people.
for bringing that up. I'm actually gonna bring up.
Thank you for making.
Bring up.
Yeah, thank you for making that little
no
compromise for
problem.
me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, bye.
Bye
I'm actually
bye.
gonna bring up Sieber, or BPS. I'll call you BPS. Welcome. You were originally waiting for like 11 minutes prior, so I'm gonna bring you up.
Yeah, I wanted to get on the action because I was on his or her side, because like, it's because I'm also a leftist, so like I don't really have anything to debate with anything. It was more for like a how do I say it? It was more for a support, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so like if anyone else wants to like go at it, they could just.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up. I will probably.
Yeah, no problem.
Bring up Roblox. I'll bring up Steven.
Hey, ¿qué pasa? Are we still on topic? Sorry, I was kind of out for like the last 2 minutes.
I mean, we could talk about anything really. What do you want to debate about? First of all, how's your day today?
Recovering. Party hard, you know?
Okay.
Taking a nice breather, relaxing. But yeah, all right. Leftist, like American leftist kind of thing, like, Kamala Harris. No, that's more Democrat. So would you say you're more like leftist, liberal, democratic, like, or
I would say I would say center left.
I
would say center left.
Center left. Okay. Well, I believe in good faith, right? Like
Hmm.
in good faith debates, because there's a different. Like, would you agree with this? There's a difference between arguing
Oh
and then
yeah, for sure,
debating, right?
absolutely.
There's a, yeah. Well, I'll start. Mark, you flatter me too much. I hope you still want to go after my next statement. Yeah. So would you say that inherently the Republican Party is a very contradictory, the American Republican Party specifically, it's very
Absolutely,
contradictory, right? Like they
for
believe
sure.
one thing, but then the so would you say the same thing applies to the Democratic, like the
I mean, yeah.
Democrats
To
as
be
well?
honest, I would apply the same logic to the Democratic Party. I mean, both parties have issues, right? And I don't
Right.
consider myself to be aligned with either one party. I have criticism for both.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think that's more respect than a lot of other people can say, right? Because a lot of people are kind of
Yeah.
blinded by party lines and all that stuff.
But like,
Um,
if I was like
I
forced to
guess
pick a
if
party, I would probably pick the Democratic Party because they have views that I align with.
yeah, I don't know where to begin, right? Because I'll try because I see the time going on right now. Um, should the American system be completely overturned into something that supports the people more?
Well, I mean, I definitely believe the government should be supporting the people, absolutely. And I believe that there should absolutely be some kind of government reform, but I don't believe in completely overturning the entire government.
Do you believe that what's more dangerous? So what's better, a struggling democracy or a successful authoritarian state?
At the moment, our country is turning more and more authoritarian.
But because different governments do
Mhm.
exist, so I think the reason why a lot of people support democracy is that has a bunch of fail safes just in case a government does turn
Mhm.
corrupt. But let's just say there is a good fascist government. Would you be in support of that, or would you just disagree with it
I
out
would
of
disagree with
principle?
that out of principle because I believe fascism is wrong.
Okay, okay. So but why do you think it's wrong? Like, I know, like, we have historical
Okay, so
examples,
you want
right?
you
But
want me
I
to
guess,
explain why I believe fascism is bad?
yeah, because
Look
I
at Germany,
understand
look at
that a lot of
Italy, look at
people,
Spain, look at
when
Chile, look
asked,
at Japan.
when we look at Chile,
Chile was at one point fascist.
1970, yeah, coup d'etat, Pinochet.
Yeah.
I'll bring that up for I'm glad that you brought that up. Um,
Were they good governments or were they bad governments?
I think it was a very effective government. Right, we can talk
Okay,
into morality of it all
effectiveness
because
or
again, there's a lot of things that immoral things that have happened. Right, there are immoral things that happen, but I think immoral things happen with governments all the time.
in my
I
opinion,
mean,
I think there was
the
more immoral
American
to it than
government has
effectiveness.
blood in its hands.
I believe there
What
was
was there?
more immorality than effectiveness to those governments, especially in the cases of like Germany and Japan back in World War II.
Well, yeah, but I would say that they weren't effective, right? Because they spent a lot of money in engaging with the war with all of Europe. Like they were gonna fail. That's a problem I would say with that kind of government. It also relies too much on a cult of personality, right?
I what was that again? What was your question?
Would you agree that one of the major failures of these types of dictatorial governments is that they rely on a cult of personality, right?
Oh yeah, well, that's one of them. Yeah, I would say the majority of the
Yeah,
failures
there's
come
a
from
bunch of
them
reasons.
being literal dictatorships. That is what makes them fail. They're literal dictatorships.
Well, that's the thing. Let's remove fundamentals, right? Let's remove like, oh well, fundamentally speaking, this is wrong. Are you saying because again, me and you, I'm assuming we were brought up in the same education system, and we're told like, oh yeah, these governments are wrong. They infringe on human rights and all that stuff. Like that's what we're taught, but we don't, and we're not taught exactly the extent to the negative consequences that we have done within our own governments, right? Like again, America is hardly innocent.
Oh yeah, I
as
agree
well.
with that.
I think we definitely done a bunch of nasty stuff. So I think the major problem, right, is that like, what if we had like this an equal, like, okay, you've done a lot of bad things, you've done a lot of bad things, but the point is we don't want to do bad things. We just want to make sure that like we believe that human life is precious and that we should live to the best of our ability and best of comfortable accommodation, right?
Yeah, and I don't think a dictatorship is necessarily. I don't believe dictatorships accomplish that. Actually, I think they accomplish the exact opposite. Actually,
because when you have to take action, when action is taken,
do you want to know the?
It causes a lot of people to get killed, right?
Yeah, and not only that, but it makes people's freedoms extremely restricted. And you want to know what happens when people's freedoms are restricted? Very bad things like revolt against the government, more crime.
But what's the bad thing that happened to the people when you remove some freedoms?
Yeah, so you're punishing people for saying something. Like, I don't feel like that's really debatable.
Well, okay, I'm not conservative because I disagree of the freedom of the Second Amendment. And I think as a leftist, just assuming, you're probably against the Second
Well, I'm
Amendment.
not entirely against it, but I do believe it should be protected in some way, but in a way that won't like, cause harm to people. In my personal opinion.
Well, do you believe that it's a human right to own, like, to have some form of self-defense?
Well, the timer is up. We can debate more about this later. For now, oh no, I have a bad feeling about the next person, but I'm gonna bring them up anyway, just because I'm curious. But you can come back up later. You can come up more than once. But I'm gonna experiment with brother here. That's what I'm gonna call him. I'm not even gonna bring up the first word. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm on the what kind of are you are you an actual leftist or are you a liberal?
Like, I consider myself center left, which I would say is technically liberal.
Yeah, I'm here to do some infighting actually. I'm authoritarian left.
Authoritarian left. So
I am a authoritarian revolutionary socialist.
Okay, so you believe in the socialism. Are you so far left that you believe in communism or no?
I believe that
Oh, sorry, I
that's where we're gonna get it. I believe that the only way to fundamentally create a democratic state is the overthrow of neoliberal capitalism and the instatement of a dictatorship of the working class.
Okay. Well, I can actually debate about this because I actually used to believe this. I've changed my views, but we could I know that standpoint. I know how it can be I know you know what I mean. So why do you believe what you believe?
Yeah. I think that from all modes of human history, including my own nation of origin, the socialist regimes have changed the quality of life so further into the future that the benefit is clear that capitalism and free mixed market economies are most prone to subversion by dictatorships.
Okay. Okay, so what was it?
I also just tend to believe that planned economies tend to be able to distribute commodities better.
Okay, so a planned economy. Um, yeah, how's that doing for countries like North Korea?
Like North Korea as
Yeah,
an
as an
example.
example. If you want more examples, I can.
Well, I don't think a planned economy really plays in when North Korea has been sanctioned by the entire globe and it got bombed until 1.5 million North Koreans
Yeah, but
laid
they
in
believe in
mass
juche.
graves, including the destruction of hydro pump plants, destruction of farmlands, 85% of every single building in North Korea. So planned economies don't really come in when North Korea is being systemically
But you
held
know,
back in
they
all
are
regards.
against they are against free trade because they believe in socialism and they also believe in juche. You know what juche is?
Yeah, juche is a strain of socialism in which
Yeah, it
the
literally means self-reliance.
North Korean model is applied, a self-reliant North Korean model, which I mean I do agree with, but self-reliance and either way trade does play in. They're not completely anti-trade things; they do mainly a lot of trade with China, and Kim Jong Un actually liberalized parts of the North Korean economic force.
Okay. I mean, I can give you more examples as well, not just North Korea. So let's use
Planned economies also. I mean, well, there is an issue with the lasting of planned economies, in my opinion, because planned economies tend to fall into the problem of distribution being heavily bureaucratic and flawed. So, like, if you look at Soviet Union, for instance, the country was industrialized and brought to the future of spacefaring civilizations, yet the issue was the bureaucratic constraints and the inability, well, not the inability, but the lack of adaptation to automized industry and
So I want to ask you a
computerware.
question. In Cuba, um, a surgeon and a taxi
Mm-hmm.
driver are paid the same amount of money. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Can you give me a source on that?
Yeah, literally studies that have concluded that they are paid pretty much the same amount of money. Are you denying that they're getting paid the same amount of money?
No, I haven't heard of it, so I'd like a source so I can see.
I've known this for a
I haven't done a lot of
while.
research into Cuba.
I literally use that as
Ah, I see. Okay, yeah. It's because taxi drivers are paid according to private sector earnings, which aren't state regulated, so they can be paid in foreign dollars. While government employed employees are paid low. That's a Cuban model, not exactly a wide-lasting socialist issue.
okay, but you agree that they're not being paid fairly equal, right?
Yeah, but that's the Cuban. That's the Cuban.
But they believe in communism.
Model. It's not
they're
exactly
communists.
a model that
They're
socialism.
socialists and communists.
Yeah, they're socialists, but again, not every model holds up in that sense. I mean, even then, Cuba is a bit of a different system than what I would normally expect. They have a more democratic system than normally I'd agree with. I don't really agree with direct voting, but I do hold love in it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Cuba's a good example here either way because Cuba has been embargoed and kept and blockaded.
But according
from
to
most of the world
socialism,
with,
government should be able to not rely on foreign trade.
most socialist governments do agree with trade.
When I believed in communism, that was not something that I believed in.
Well, that's you. I believe in internationalism. I do like to study the ideas of the Third International.
Yeah, but when I read, you know, communist manifestos and stuff like that, I was under the impression that communism was against free trade. And by free trade, you mean, you know, trade with anywhere.
No, communism is against the proliferation of foreign resources for the like leading to a destruction of a foreign nation in exchange for your own. I don't think that trade is an issue. Trade is integral because the entire spirit of communism is cooperation. The issue is when you trade a resource that someone else can't obtain naturally and use that to exploit their foreign labor forces for cheap, and which causes, you know, issues.
Okay.
Cooperation is in the nature of a socialist government. The cooperation is how like the cooperation of the proletariat. That's
Okay.
my opinion, though.
Well, we're almost. Yeah, we're pretty much out of time. Thank you for coming up.
No problem. That's all, man.
I'm gonna bring back up Steven. I feel like I've had him up already, but I don't. Yeah, I think I had him up already.
Oh, what's up? Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I think my major disagreement with this major leftist parties, right, is just that it's where you draw the line. It's like, what's more important, culture or class? What unites people, culture or class? What divides people, cultures or the rich? You know, the workers or the rich?
Well, yeah, I would say the rich divides. Yeah, for
And
sure.
and I think that's where, like, why I'm on, like, the flip side, you could say. I think the problem with that is that culture has been known to be like if a group of people believe, it's both. I do believe it's both, but now the question is which one is more important. And I believe, like, if one had to be slightly more important, I would say it's a cultural thing.
Um. So my question is, what does that necessarily have to do with our previous argument? We were arguing about whether like dictatorships were bad. That's what I was arguing.
Well, yeah. The reason why, like, I don't know if I can say the F word. Not like, I don't know if I can say, like, I can say dictatorships, but the reason why those specific dictatorships rose was because it was a hyper concentration of culture. Bring back this culture, bring back the old ways. With Italy, it really relied a lot on the Roman Empire. With Germany, it relied on the Aryans, and that's the whole cultural thing. And it was very effective. I mean, that's why they were able to rally up the people at the start. And the reason why it failed was because, well, it just fumbled on underneath its own weight, I would say. Is that statement incorrect?
To be honest, I actually wouldn't be able to answer because I don't really know.
Like, okay, so inherently, right? Because if you look at the old propaganda posters at World War II, it essentially was a hyperfixation on culture.
Oh, that's what you're arguing. Okay,
right?
My okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that is true. That's how dictatorships come to be. That's kind of how that works.
Not just any dictatorship, specifically the one of the F kind, right? Like the one that I'm sure would get me banned.
Well, I've already said it multiple times. I haven't gotten banned. I have no. I get banned for saying AB, and I don't get banned for saying fascism. I don't know how that works, but
Oh yeah.
But anyways.
And also, like, here's the thing: would you say fascism is really effective when it comes to uniting people? I know that sounds contradictory. That is a contradictory
Yeah, no,
statement, but
it does not unite
unites
people at all because when we are completely disregarding another group of people,
it unites people through division. Does that make sense?
Yeah, basically, it's an oxymoron, right?
Right.
We agree that it's an oxymoron.
I agree that it's an oxymoron. I do. I think, like, again, it unites people through division, right? It creates, us versus them, us versus them. But I would say we need to start questioning, what does the average man want? What does the average person want? Do they want safety or freedom?
I think they want.
What will they value more? Both. They would want both 100%. But again, like, you can't have complete freedom, and you can't have without, like, sacrificing safety, and you can't have complete safety without sacrificing some sorts of freedoms.
And I don't think anyone's denying that. I mean, obviously, I can't just go out and, like.
So then, in
I can't just go out.
What are you willing to sacrifice?
I'm willing to
more?
sacrifice, like. Willing to sacrifice. Honestly, like, both equally. Because, like, right, I can't just go out and, like, punch someone in the face. Obviously, I can't do that. That's wrong. I wouldn't do that. That's completely wrong. But also.
But that would, in that scenario, you would have complete freedom, complete total will. So that's more like anarchist, right? That's more like an
Yeah.
anarchy territory.
But I believe 100% that there has to be some kind of regulation, right? You can't just go out and like punch someone in the face. You can't just do that, right? So we agree that you can't just go out and like do stuff like that. So
you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah,
there should be
exactly.
some laws in place, and we should have people enforce.
So when
those
we
laws.
say freedom, we are inherently talking about being able to like do something that doesn't harm other people without having to fear that we'll get punished for it.
Well, now, that's a very deep philosophical question. What is harming other people, right? Because inherently, every action you do will affect someone else outside your life in some way or another.
Oh.
The question is now, how meticulous is that?
Okay. Well, I mean, we can agree, for example, right, that like unaliving people is wrong.
That's right.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's like non-debatable.
Well, hold on.
I'm pretty sure everyone.
No, hold on. I think that could be debatable with some context, right? If someone has
Well,
murdered your entire family,
yeah.
would you say you have the right to get revenge?
Yeah, that.
So even the things that we consider the most black and white, there is always room for gray. Is that correct?
I guess so. Yeah.
All right. And like Poop Slap says, love that name. Where do we draw the line? And now I want to figure out where your line.
Well,
is.
I would say my line is punishing people for free speech and stuff like that.
I agree. I do agree with that. I think it's really hard to monitor speech because the moment you start doing that, now you're acting, irrationally against everything that could be seen as a threat. But there is no denying that freedom of speech is a very, very powerful thing. But I think people misuse that freedom of speech. They don't understand the responsibility.
I agree. Right? I mean, I can make a similar argument to the Second Amendment too.
Exactly. But I would say we can both agree that maybe we need to repeal the Second Amendment. You probably more like add some more laws. I'm more so like abolishing.
Yeah, I don't agree with abolishing the Second Amendment, but I agree that we should have like background checks and like licensing and stuff like that. The timer's ended. You can come back up later.
All right.
For now, I'm probably gonna. I might do like 4 or 5 more debates, and I'm probably gonna call it here. I'm gonna bring back up brother.
Oh, we're back up here.
Actually, hold on. Is there actually anybody else that wants to come up before I talk to brother here? Besides Steven?
It's not. It's already on. It's not that word. That's a name. Whatever.
Oh, Aryan.
Yeah.
But I feel like I can get banned for that though.
No, you're chill. Don't worry.
Okay.
Speaking of the Second Amendment, I actually love the Second Amendment personally. I think that the workers cannot be detached from their own firearms in any way possible. They need it for this. They need it for defense from the forces of capital.
Okay, that.
I say I'm actually filing my gun permit right now. So soon.
Dang, that is a very like extreme take. Before we get into that though, like 221, do you want to come up? Or like Huni? Or Flipzek?
Yeah, I mean, I already went. If anyone wants to come up, I don't mind.
You don't disagree though? Okay. Flipzek?
Militant unionism. The Battle of Blair Mountain was the most base part of U.S. history, and I think we need to shoot more coal drivers.
Well, I'm asking, Flipzek, I'm wondering if you want to come up though. Is there anything you want to debate about? Because I don't want to. Well, we can find a topic if there is something that we disagree with. All right. I'll bring Flipzek on, real quick.
Sure.
Welcome, Flipzek.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's been some interesting topics. in some ways, I felt your defenses were a little weak over some things. A while ago, we had some post-Keynesian economics guy. I'd agree with you, not that guy, but like that could have been an interesting bait
Yeah.
to continue. I don't know. I was getting a lot of phone calls and whatnot, but I think a while ago you were talking about Israel
Yeah, we were talking about
Palestine
that briefly.
and like yeah, the equality you prescribe in both of those states and the rights of which they should have, or something like that. Again, I literally just got off a phone call, keep getting messages and whatnot. May even if we're talking. Um, what was your position on that
Yeah.
again?
So on the Palestine conflict in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that that I don't believe that both sides are in the right. But I I. I believe both sides are in the wrong, but I definitely believe that Israel is committing worse crimes than the organization in Palestine.
Best my memory, the conversation was more around a solution, one
Yeah,
state,
that
two
was what we
state,
were
which I
talking
thought
about.
was interesting.
I don't I don't really have any reason as to why I believe what I believe. The only reason I believe what I believe is just because I don't want to infringe on sovereignty, really. That's all it boils down to. Um
Well, there's already been infringement on sovereignty, so like I think what Lazarus was trying to bring up was like minimizing infringement. Um, right. Because like there are problems with Israel in that in its existence it does infringe on some levels of sovereignty, right? Take for example the settler cities within internationally recognized Palestinian territory that is infringing on Palestine's sovereignty, that is making it less that they have sovereignty and making it more like there is an apartheid system. So if there's going to be remedy for that, it's probably going to have to be somewhat anti-Israeli, right? Like some of those people may need to be um, evicted from their homes if per se they took that home from a Palestinian family like 10 years ago or something, right? Like there has to in a ultimate solution probably not be a completely equal remedy to both sides when Palestine has been unequally harmed.
yeah. I mean, to be honest, yeah, I don't really know how to respond to that. It's just it's one of those things where I don't want like an entire group of people to just go away just because of crimes that one group did to them, right?
So what people should go away then?
I don't believe any group of people should go, in my personal opinion.
But people already have gone. Like who has the rights, right? If I take a Palestinian family that Israel evicted
I
from
mean,
their
I'll just
home
say it. I'm
and
not
now
afraid to
there's a
I'm not
Jewish
afraid to say it
family
that I
there,
don't actually know.
who's
Like I legitimately don't know.
yeah, I don't actually know myself either, right? Because like a lot of people will talk about settler colonialization and whatnot, but at some point the people there aren't the settlers. So I am curious maybe like what Lazarus would have to say about that. What people have legitimate claim to living in those lands. Lazarus hasn't paid
Mm.
attention, they just said in the chat. I don't know. So I really
All
don't
right.
have much to debate about you with, but there's a lot of interesting
All
subjects.
right.
I think that some of these people could be allowed to continue.
Well,
Palestine has to, but like Lazarus, I see Lazarus in chat. Like, what about a first generation Israeli family? You know, the second generation, third generation. At some point in time, they are the people there. So I'm wondering what an accurate and fair remedy would look like.
okay. I'm actually gonna. So I wanna end this, but I'm not gonna end it in the traditional way. I'm actually stay here because what I'm gonna do instead is I'm actually gonna do a brief moment where I actually have everyone up just to have a quick conversation for like an hour, just have like a chill chat.
Yeah, I think it'd be awesome if Roblox Steven and Arian could debate. Those people would have definitely a lot to say to one another.
All right, I'm gonna rename the name of the.
It's just you and Funny. Yeah, who is actually here now? Oh wow,
Yeah.
everyone left. That's a shame. Yeah, there's very few of us. Yeah, I don't know. I feel over a lot of topics I've been in agreement with you. I guess I'm more interested in kind of debating some of the other
Yeah.
people around here, but you brought me up. Chill podcast family debate. Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it. Let's bring
I'm
them up.
gonna
I think
I'm
Lazarus
gonna bring up everyone here.
was yeah, I think Lazarus
Hey, what's
was
up?
pretty
Hi,
pro
hi.
what
Hello.
Arian was saying.
Now we're
Hi.
just gonna be
Hi.
chill.
America.
Okay. I saw Funny saying some pretty base stuff about this too, so she wants to tap in, she can. But basically, the foundation of my belief is that a one-state solution would not infringe on Palestinians, or a one-state solution would not infringe on Palestinians' right to return, as opposed to a two-state solution, which would. Because a two-state solution would imply that Israel still exists as the way it does, and Palestinians still exist where they do. And they have the right to that land because it is historical fact that they were expelled and cleansed from that land that
Yeah.
originally belonged to them. And Israel doesn't even try to deny that. All they say is, well, we used it better than they did, which is not even true, but that's a different conversation. But pretty much, I believe. So I mentioned earlier that Norm Finkelstein, a very prominent scholar on this topic, while he does agree that it would be the most justifiable for Palestinians, he doesn't believe it's tangible. He doesn't believe it's possible, and I want to
Yeah,
disagree with him on that.
That was
Oh,
the
go ahead,
thing
go ahead.
I was thinking. Like, I think ideally a one-state solution would be ideal, but in the immediate future, take right now, I'm not sure that's plausible. Given the
So
current political climate and ethnic tension,
yeah.
maybe like a decade from now, this would be
I
a
understand.
much more
I understand, and I have two responses to that. First off, a two-state solution would not be much better because a two-state solution would allow Israel to still have the sovereignty. Not to say that we should take away any state sovereignty, but it allows them to have the grip on their supremacist government that they have, and it'll pretty much allow them to keep doing what they're doing. And
Is that necessarily true though?
Yeah, because
if-
in a two-state solution pretty much just says we stop the war.
Yeah,
you guys go
there's
back to doing what you do. Maybe Palestine gets a little bit more land,
Well,
but
I
that
believe
still allows them to have enough freedom to
I believe
be
in
genocidal
reforming
and to
the
be
Israeli government
supremacist.
in general, but that's up to the Israelis.
Yeah, but the
They've
thing is
like
that can't
entrenched
that can't.
themselves in the education system. They've like. Did
Go
you
ahead,
see
yeah.
those videos where they teach Palestinian? No, they teach Israeli children that Palestinians are I don't want to say the
Animalistic.
word because that would get me VC
Yeah, I've
banned,
seen
but
some
like
pretty horrific chants,
I,
but I
I'm gonna
mean,
dance around
Hitler's
it.
youth
Less than
program.
human.
Like, what do
That's
we?
what they teach.
Yeah, and I mean,
They're
No,
back
yeah,
back
you're-
in like
you're right.
the
There's a problem in
1800s,
the education
Americans were
system.
taught that like African Americans were like that way as well, but
Yeah, there needs to be a reconstruction level event in Israel.
Well, I think to ensure that the Israeli government is best
Oh, they got
reformed,
a
we
warning.
do need a one-state solution because that would allow people from both sides to be in the government. And one thing, hold up, one thing that restricts the Israeli government from being reformed is a lot of the supremacist laws that they have. For example, one law that they have pretty much says if you are not inherently pro-Israel and inherently pro whatever we're doing right now, you cannot be a political party, right? So in a one-state solution, such supremacist censorship would not exist. Hopefully, hopefully, right?
Yeah,
And
hopefully.
so
Like a lot of these things, I don't think are inherently true. They're just what we would hope to seek within an
well,
ultimate solution.
I think when you think about it logically, the best way to ensure that these censorship laws and these supremacist laws, I hate to keep using that word, I sound like a broken record, but to ensure that these supremacy laws don't exist anymore is to create a one-state solution with mixed people, mixed ideas. Because right now, what Israel is doing is creating an ethno-state echo chamber, and it would stay that way in a two-state solution. All that a two-state solution would achieve is maybe a little bit more land for Palestine, which we've already known has historically never worked out for them because Israel has historically always given them the short end of the stick, even when they do give them land.
Welcome back,
But
Potato Dog.
a one-state
They
solution
can't hear
would
me,
imply
but welcome back,
diversity
Potato
that
Dog.
can maybe not for sure give them the freedom they need, but would definitely give us a better chance of a non-corrupt, ethno-state type government.
The thing is, it's not so inherently that the two-state solution right now is what allows Israel to be powerful. It is a very important aspect because they must exist for them to have power. But it's because, like, the reason it's not Palestine going down on Israel the way Israel's going down on Palestine is because, one, I don't think there's Palestinians all that many with the interest, but two, America and a lot of countries back Israel, and that's the problem. If we could
This is
say
true.
theoretically that a two-state solution wouldn't have this, that'd be good. But you are right to say that. How would you kind of enforce that? It is a very legit question because if it's a two-state solution, then Israel has sovereignty, and if they have sovereignty and they work with another nation like the U.S., which has sovereignty and is powerful, to crush another nation's sovereignty, that is a problem. It's just that, like, is it plausible to think that if we even come right now as a nation, and many nations come right now to be like, there needs to be a two-state solution in which it is actually not apartheid, that world would not also not help Israel bring more back the apartheid nature of the situation? Like, is it logical to think a two-state solution would really immediately devolve back into the current world we have in the
Well, I think
Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
It's a very difficult thing to imagine. One, because it's such a complex
Because it's a
topic, and
different
two,
world, I know,
well,
but
and
we are
also
talking
it's
about a
completely
different world.
it's completely hypothetical.
It is very
So I
hypothetical,
can
yeah.
tell you exactly what I imagine, and I hope this is satisfactory to you. So I do believe if we ever stop the conflict that is happening right now, if we ever get Israel to settle down, which honestly is looking less and less likely. But if
maybe
it's well, because America's becoming more diehard for them. Trump is obviously, I can't say his name here. That guy, he's obviously not super insistent on dropping the other guy, the prime minister. Well, hold on. Just let me.
But it's
I
diehard
think you
as
can
it
say
is right
BB.
now, yeah.
Can I say BB? Okay, so
I think you can say BB.
Mr. T, so to speak, he's obviously becoming more opposed to the way BB is handling things, but I don't think that means he's ever gonna do. I don't think it's gonna drop him. So to go back what I was
you're
to
right
go
about
back what I was
that,
saying either. To go back what I was saying earlier. I think how I imagine it realistically going is I do believe a two-state solution, assuming this ever gets resolved, a two-state solution will happen eventually, but I do believe we should strive for it. I think I said this earlier. We should strive for it to be temporary and for it to be a stepping stone rather
yeah,
than
no, I
a
think
settlement.
most people agree with you on that. I know
Yeah,
people.
I
I think
agree.
Norm Fink. I don't know what Norm Finkelstein's opinion on this is
Like
when
an example
we were
of
bringing
this.
him up. But like, I know Hassan
So,
Piker and a lot of people who
can
look
I
at this
interrupt real quick?
topic
Can I interrupt
agree
real
with
quick?
you on that completely.
So
yeah.
So I
think-
kind of wanted this to be kind of like a chill thing. I wanted to just be like, yeah,
We're
kind
pretty
of wanted
chill.
to just be like
We're
non-political.
being chill.
For
I
the,
think
for
we're
the,
all
yeah,
friends here.
Yeah,
Non-political.
we're all friends here.
Oh, non-political. We're all political here.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, let's tell
No,
the
'cause, like,
let's tell the girl wearing the
I
Antifa
think-
shirt not to be political.
Even most people, myself, the
All right.
person to be apolitical, Hassan Piker, probably even Norm. I don't know again about how Norm Finkelstein would think about a solution, but he's one of the more scholarly figures. There's a lot of room for discourse about a solution because ultimately, at the end of the day, what a lot of leftists and progressives would want in Israel-Palestine is a long-lasting peace where it's more egalitarian for everyone. So everyone is very interested in what that would look like, and I'm sure it's a little
I guess
complex.
I
But
guess what I imagine my difference between that and the average person is,
Mhm.
and I hate to keep this conversation going because I know Ramchu didn't want this to be political, but
I'm sorry, this is all I wanted to
we
discuss.
It's fine.
apologize. We
Just
apologize. I think my main difference is that I think we should in a sense force the Israeli government to do that, and so I think a part of the burden is going to be on America because they are stronger. They have the influence. I think what a lot of people imagine is a two-state influence where we leave them to their own devices and we let them figure out how to make it less supremacist. We can't trust Israel to do that, right? I think the difference between my view and the average view, as the people you mentioned like Hassan Piker, is I think we need to maybe in a sense force their hand, right? Maybe in a sense
I think a lot of people actually
help dismantle.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
what
see
Hassan
people
Piker's
like Ian
opinion on it is.
I do
Kochinsky.
have something
No,
to say
his
about
opinion's the
the-
same
Wait,
as
hold up,
yours.
hold up. Me and Flip, we've been talking for a while. Let Funny talk.
Sure.
All right, so I'm probably especially hopeful in the ending outcome of this conflict. I think after the temporary two-state solution, I envision an experiment of a country that isn't a nation state, like in the traditional sense.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of the nation state, and that's another reason why I think a one-state solution, right? Like a federalization of the
Wait,
EU.
Flip. I'm gonna say something really off
Yeah, like,
topic for a second
my
here.
my
Can I
vision
tell you
is
that
a
you?
country that my vision is a country that for the first time doesn't attach a nation to its government.
Oh, I agree with this. I
think
agree
the
with this. Yes.
USA is already kind of close to that, but you have a lot of people
Well,
who wish it
we
wasn't.
tried to be
You
that.
have a lot
That's
of
what we
civic
built ourselves on.
nationalism in
That's what
we
we
have
built
a lot
ourselves
of
on.
nationalism.
But there is a lot
I
of
was
white
debating
nationalism
that
here.
just yesterday.
And
There's a lot of that, but
and the thing
I
and the thing
mean,
is
we're at least
like
the closest. Something
yeah,
to be
and the
proud
thing
of.
is Israel on paper is meant to be that too. However,
It is
however, obviously, I mean, you know, Bibi and his government, and more broadly, the Zionist movement has been trying over and over again to conflate Zionism with Judaism, which is where you get the claims like being
Yeah.
anti-Zionist, being anti-Semitic. And so I do agree with that. What I was going to say that's
Zionism is
completely off
definitely
topic.
in part the nation state idea. It's a little
I,
off topic though.
I think your voice sounds exactly how I imagine your avatar to sound like. I was just going to
It's
say
funny.
that.
I look nothing like my avatar IRL. I'm extremely thin and tall.
Do you identify as skinny IRL?
I'd have to. I am.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, I think I do definitely agree with an experimental state where we try to take away a national identity from you know, being
Yeah.
part of the land. And
It's
you know,
interesting we bring that up.
and-
There was not Franco supporter, Pinochet supporter on recently, and he asked what's Ramchu
wait, did you say
here.
a Pinochet supporter?
Yeah, you don't
are you
remember
talking
that
about?
guy?
Are you
Did he
talking about
support-
Pajit? Are you talking about
Did he
Pajit?
not
I think he
support
mentioned
Pinochet?
Pinochet.
The
Whoever
Polish-
that
the
guy
Polish
who
guy?
even brought up. Was he Polish? I don't know. No, Pinochet.
No,
not
the
Polish.
the
Pinochet's
person
Chilean.
Pinochet's
the
Chilean.
person that I
Yeah.
was debating with a couple streams ago.
Oh. I don't know. Again, I had calls. I didn't hear everything he said, but I remember there's a lot of people
Guys,
joking about dropping people out of helicopters.
I'm really bad with my socialist theory. Was Pinochet was the guy
Pinochet's
they
not
repl-
socialist.
Pinochet was the
I'm
guy
not
they
saying
replaced
that.
the socialist, right?
Probably because America
He
did
was
help
he
them
was
overthrow
he was
someone.
he was the
Welcome up, Bob.
he was the guy they overthrew the he was the guy they overthrew that one socialist guy for, right? America.
I would
That
think
was-
so
was
because
that-
America
yeah.
has a history of throwing
I
democratically
know
elected leftists out of
I know the timeline. I just don't remember the names. But I want to say Pinochet was the dictator they replaced the socialist
Oh yeah,
guy
he
with.
was a junta dictator, military, 100%.
Yeah,
That's,
yeah, okay. Just making sure.
But
Just making sure, because when
That
you
was
said Pinochet,
Pinochet.
when you said Pinochet supporter, I was trying to figure out is this guy a fascist or a socialist?
Yeah, he was a fascist. He was
Yeah.
literally a fascist. I brought up in chat this was the second literal, not like someone who would say fascist talking points but not identify themselves as a fascist.
Like a subtle
He was-
fascist.
I've had
He wasn't a subtle
I've had
fascist.
one
He was
person
still
that's
a
actually
vocal-
openly identified
podcast?
as
What the hell's
fascist.
going on here?
Well, I think he may have called himself that. if you
I know
asked
like
him,
two
because
or
I
three.
remember.
I think they're like recurring characters in like the non 18 plus side of this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Recurring
they
But,
are.
Pretty
Literally,
ironic
just
that
yesterday,
he's
I was
lore.
talking
that
to a
they're in the
Franco supporter.
non-18s.
These fascists, I'm seeing daily right now. Yesterday was Franco. Today's
yeah.
Pinochet. Tomorrow, I don't know, Mussolini.
I've
It's
had
kind of incredible
that person
right
was
now.
a
I
supporter of
asked,
Mussolini, Franco.
of course, Franco's very common for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know why.
There was
It's
there
kind
was
of
this
absurd.
one there was this one like classical fascist. He was trying so hard to make himself distinct from National Socialists that joined his podcast. It
I
was
mean, the
so fucking
National
funny. I'm
Socialists
sorry
were
for
maybe a
swearing.
little distinct from the other fascists. They were still fascist at the end of the day. I've seen good argument to the distinctions, but at best they're a
I mean, yeah,
subgroup.
but he was trying so hard to distinct himself. It was
Uh,
so funny.
that is
He
funny.
kept calling them
No,
degenerate.
because the thing in most based
Well, that's what
fascism,
the
if we, I
that's what
I
the
don't even
Republican
think,
Party is doing right now.
yeah,
We can't be
like,
fascist if we hate fascists.
yeah, no, that's the other sort of fascist I would more
They
expect
say
to
as
see.
they
Those who wouldn't,
ban what they think is an organization,
yeah,
which
I
Yeah,
would
isn't
guys,
more
even
yeah,
true
expect
guys,
to
because
see those
Antifa is
who
an
would
Antifa's
ideology, not an
Antifa's an
organization.
organization. Antifa's
I
an
know.
organization. We have meetings every month at my mom's house, and we read books, and we have
I found that pretty
cookies.
funny because, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people who would call themselves Antifa are anarchist, and because they'd be anarchists, they don't believe in like
Antifa is like I think typically associated with anarchism, but it's
it
it's
is. I
become
think
so widespread since it got
it is pretty
popular that
widespread too. Yeah,
it ranges
Yeah, it
anywhere from
really
like
is
from
just a big
it's
tent,
not.
really.
it's
Yeah,
gotten so
it's
popular that it
not.
ranges anywhere from anarchists to like center left people who call themselves that.
Yeah,
It
I
used
would
to be
think so.
far left. I think it used to be far left like in the early 2000s and
Yeah,
2010s,
but still, like
especially on places like 4chan, but it's
coming
gotten
from
so
the
widespread now.
2000s, 2010s, if like the original base of that kind of support was in like from anarchists, the idea that they would have like some like united sort of group to guide them whilst
Yeah,
being like against that in theory is pretty funny.
the infamously vague ideology.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Antifa, yeah. But what was this? Oh yeah,
Well, I'll
I
say
was bringing
anarchism
up.
is infamously vague because everyone has it's so because the idea is just like no government like that. It's probably the
Yeah,
easiest like idea, at least
it
leftist
is
idea
pretty.
to explain. And so
Yeah,
because it's so
no,
easy to
you know, you
explain, it's
got
so easy
the.
it's so easy to adopt to in so many different perspectives. And so to say that
I
to say
particularly
yeah.
like the kind of anarchist ideas to think about because they are kind of like weird in how when there is no state to like make the functions of how society would work, you have people with drastically different interpretations of how they would work. You know, you got. I'm not super familiar with anarchists on the left's theory, but like then you got the
I'm not either.
anarcho-capitalists
Honestly, I'm
who
not either.
I've seen people like Sam Cedar and some European guy. A lot of people are like, how would an anarcho-capitalist, I can't even say state because it's against the whole idea of state, not just fall back and regress into feudalism or even theocracy, right? When there's no actual
Yeah.
systems in place, who's to say it's not just a power grab or some system is going to reemerge?
The thing
I've
is,
always said
I
this. I've
Go
always
ahead.
said this. Right libertarians are just a reskin of conservatives.
True.
Yeah,
true.
of course.
It's just a yellow reskin, really.
It's a yellow reskin.
It's a yellow
I've never had interest in this. You could call me a little bit closed-minded for this, but I've never had interest in like
I
critiquing
guarantee you,
people.
none of the modern right libertarians read Rothbard. None of them.
I've never had interest in critiquing like whole ideologies on the left. More so like the specifics of ideologies we all agree are correct. So I'll criticize people who I believe are anti-Zionist but are saying Zionist things, right? But I'm not going to I'm not going to criticize like an anarchist because I believe there is a time and place to talk with them about what we're going to do when we're in a place where we both agree is bad and we both agree we need to get out of it, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. It's true. That
yeah,
makes sense.
coalition building is a big part of.
Yeah.
True.
A lot of the
Kissing with
reasons
tongue.
why we could probably find progressives to maybe have broader ideas is because there's no reason to have a discussion until what they can all have,
Until
agreed
we're at a
upon
place where we
is
can
put
actually
in-
make something happen.
Yeah, it's like that's a discussion for a future date. That's not a
Yeah.
discussion for now. 100%. Yeah.
But
no, we,
everybody, I have a curious
sorry.
question. this is gonna go into what I actually wanted
Yeah.
to do this for the ending of the stream. What I wanted to do was because in America right now there's so much political division that there's there's dehumanization between different political parties. So what I want to try to do here is with everyone that I have debated with, or at least everyone that's joined my that joined and debated, or like everyone that debated with me, everyone that joined, I wanted to just bring them on and kind of just talk about life in general, just to show that we're all people in the end of the day, that we're all just people with lives.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Well, they're not really here
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah,
It's just
that would be
us.
nice. I'd like that.
I get your intentions, but
No. Yeah, I get it. You know what?
yeah,
I think we can maybe for
Yeah.
a little bit.
if some people join,
I mean, what's like stuff like
Maybe
your
okay.
hobbies
Wait,
and
I
stuff
could.
like that.
Let's all talk about our lives. Let's all talk about our lives. Wait, we can do like little introductions since I don't think we've ever actually talked about ourselves. We've just been talking about ideologies, and we share as much as we're
doxers
comfortable
would probably
sharing.
be too interested in me, so I kind of refrain from doing that generally.
I can go first. My name's Lazarus. I'm a girl. I'm in college, and I study psychology. And when I'm not doing psychology, I make
Nice.
music.
Who wants to go next?
Yeah, I go by Flip Online, also studying, which is I don't even like mentioning that. There's some doxers who really would love to get me right now.
Who's? Oh, hold on. Let's check who's in the server. There's no one here. There's no one here. No one's gonna dox you.
But yeah, I'm attending college right now. I was gonna go fishing tomorrow, but someone called me up and I gotta make quite a long trip for him. So
You were mentioning you got a
my
lot of
day's
phone calls
booked.
earlier.
Yeah, I was getting phone calls earlier.
Huni,
Multiple
you want
phone calls from multiple people
Huni,
about
you want to go
plans.
next, or Flip? Were you still talking about your? Okay.
No, that's all I have to say.
I'll let Flip talk some more.
No, I'm done.
Okay. Usually I just go by my display name, but I do go by Lucy, which is just a feminine version of my dead name. So I'm fine with you calling me Lucy. I'm fine with you calling me Funi. Whatever doesn't really matter to me, as long as you address me with in good faith, of course. So currently, I'm not really as preoccupied with career stuff as much as I am with my own personal health.
Okay.
I'm really just trying to find my place, as arbitrary as that sounds.
Yeah, that's totally understandable. Yeah,
It's a very common struggle.
It's very common.
Very common struggle.
Yeah.
I was like that when I was
No, I'm doing well enough. I do like I go like on phone-free walks every day. I guess that's progress
Yay!
I've
That's
been
good.
making.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's good for the soul.
Good for the soul.
Are you done introducing yourself a little bit, or? Okay.
Yeah, I'm basically done.
Wait, I have a
Yeah, sure.
question. I find that this is a very unifying topic, even if no one's taste is the same. What kind of music do we all listen to here?
I don't listen to much.
I
guess I've been kind of listening.
honestly,
to
I don't have a
some, like,
specific
disco
genre that
stuff
I
as
listen
of
to.
more recently.
I
Same.
generally. So here's the thing. I have autism, so basically anything that just
also.
sounds good, I just listen to.
Yeah, when I'm in the car, the thing I'm
Honestly,
most
me
likely to put on is like NPR right now. I'm doing
Anything
that.
my algorithm serves me on a silver platter,
Yeah.
I usually just click on it and
I mean,
listen.
As of recently
I-
though, I've been getting more into like old music, like music from like the 60s. Yeah.
Oh, real shit. Oh, I'm getting censored for that. Okay.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm gonna get banned for that.
Probably.
No. So as a musician and as someone who engages in a lot of music discourse, I kind of listen to like a lot of music. I almost listen to music kind of like a music reviewer, where like I kind of stay on the pulse of new music, and I look at a bunch of different platforms and I listen to new stuff that people are talking about. But I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of I also am kind of the I listen to whatever genre, just because I've heard so many, and I like a majority of them. Because whenever I listen to an album from a new genre and I'm like, I don't like that, I keep listening until I find an album I do like. Because I don't think a single genre
Yeah.
is bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just looked up my mix, and the first result was a Silver Gunner rip.
uh, do you have like typical T girl music taste, like fentanyl and stuff like that?
I've listened before. I've also
You've dabbled.
I did not know that was a
Yeah.
thing. I've learned something new today.
I also call me a larper, but I do play Hoi 4, and I listen to like the Twilight of the Anthropocene tracks.
Buzzer. No. So for the cis people, a very common like stereotype among T girls specifically is that we listen to a lot of like. I don't personally, but we listen to like we're typically supposed to listen to like a lot of like noisy breakcore stuff.
Yeah.
And so it's super common.
I
Like a
listen to that
super
too.
common a super
uh,
common stereotype is like a T girl will either listen or make that kind of music. And it's really funny. And I always ask people that whenever I meet them.
I actually did not know that
play
was even a
also,
stereotype.
like,
I actually did not even know that.
It's a lot of our stereotypes outside of the ones that people use against us are kind of made up by us just to like joke around with each other. So that's definitely one of the ones we like tease each other about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't play Hearts of Iron
You know,
4, but I play
one thing
Crusader
I've,
Kings 3,
oh, sorry.
and I'm
I
waiting
won't
for
interrupt.
EU5. But I was surprised. I was looking at a video like 2 days ago, and it was just some trans girl beef in the Grand Paradox Grand Strategy community. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
and, like there's that YouTuber Clara or whatever her name is. She was brought up. And I was like, she's trans? I didn't even know that. She's like the only woman I can think of in like the Paradox Grand Strategy community sphere.
Yeah.
So
No,
I was a little surprised by that.
It's really weird. It's really weird being a T girl online. Lucy, you were
I
saying
didn't know
something.
there's so many. I'm always surprised by who's trans.
Lucy, you were saying something. You were talking about something.
I kind of lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
Start thinking about
I'll
the
leave
Hearts of
you
Iron
all
4
to it.
campaign.
I'll just try to find what I
Is it
was
okay if I can
trying to
mention what
say.
I wanted to
Yeah.
what I wanted to mention? All right. So
Yeah,
basically,
yeah.
basically just about me generally. Besides the fact that I want a future in like political like activism and hopefully be a politician in the future.
Yep.
Like that's my dream future. Besides that, I'm kind of just a guy. I'm interested
as
in a
most
lot
of
of
us
things.
are.
As of recent, I've been really interested in learning foreign languages. Yeah.
Yes. What have you been
Um,
learning? What have you been
Well,
learning?
3 years ago, almost 3 years ago, it was around the New Year's of 2023. It was kind of the peak of my like mental health, being like declining. Um, I was like,
Right.
okay, I need to better my mental health. I'm gonna learn a language, and focus on that instead of focusing on my life being miserable. Um, so I did that for mental health. I originally learned Japanese. Um, yeah,
Oh, I love
so
that
I can speak Japanese honestly pretty well.
I've talked to so many people, and like the one language a lot of people think sounds like more romantic than French, I hear, is Japanese. I'm surprised how many people agree with me.
Honestly, yeah, I can see it. But as of recent, currently right now, I am studying Korean, and I also am planning on brushing up on my Chinese because right now my Chinese is not good.
I hear Chinese is
Well,
very hard to learn as an English speaker.
That could be further from the truth.
It's
It is
not Latin
okay.
based. I'd
it
have
is
to
probably
think
the
it's gonna be
hardest
difficult.
language I have learned
My opinion is
like ever. And that's saying something because Japanese just
Yeah, Lucy,
I
what were you
my
think
saying?
opinion is that any
Japanese.
language can sound romantic if you have the right tone of voice.
Oh, for
Every
sure,
language
yeah.
can
More
sound
about the
romantic
tone
if I
than
find you
the.
attractive.
true.
No
Yeah,
doubt,
true.
no doubt. So it's hard to
No doubt.
evaluate. It's gonna be biases, I know. No,
It's
Yeah.
the tone of voice.
what was I about to say?
I speak a little bit of Spanish because I'm Mexican, but I was not raised on it. I had to learn it from ear, but it's fun. Spanish is a very good language to know, especially if you're American. You never know you never know who's gonna speak Spanish.
True. I think
True.
Japanese, German, and there's like one other popular language. I think those languages are some of the few that are very phonetic. So when you look at a word, you'd know how to pronounce it. Unlike English, you could take
Yeah.
a million interpretations as a foreign speaker of our words.
That's I
So
feel like
think that
that's
could
why
make
you hear
Japanese
so many.
easier.
I feel like that's why you hear so many like foreign speakers. Oh my god, this sounds like a scare. No, no. I feel like it's very common for people to struggle with English. If it's not your first language,
even native
Just
speakers,
That's how
even
you
people
said,
learn
it's
English.
even
I know
native
it's a horrible
speakers
so
struggle
language.
with it.
interpretive.
Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, like I was talking about struggling with it, and I said spinker. I don't. Yeah.
Obligatory Caleb Baldwin reference.
Welcome up,
Real.
Rudes.
Hi, Rudes. Wait, Rudes is back. Rudes is
Thank you,
back.
thank you.
Wait, this guy was
Yeah,
here
I wanted
earlier.
to. I wanted to.
I don't remember
finish
what side he was
our-
on though.
No, I was on. Yeah, I wanted to finish our discussion.
Oh wait,
it
he was the immigrant guy. He was the immigrant guy. He was
and I
anti-immigration.
remember, and you made a lot of claims regarding tariffs, and the point where we left off after 6 minutes was with tariffs. I had said they were the examples you gave of them being unsatisfactory, or telling what the main thing about them was unsatisfactory results, was not entailed by the tariffs themselves, but by other policy or administrative decisions. And I asked, what were the negatives, and then the time
So
ran
the
up.
main
what are the
negative,
negatives of
those were
tariffs?
just like small examples. The main one being is that it de-insensitive. Bro, English is my
Incentivizes. You got it. You got it.
It's fine. It's fine.
De-incentivizes. That took me a long time to say that properly. Foreign companies to work in the U.S. Mainly because the means of production. I'm not sure if I'm even using the right terminology, because my knowledge on economy is as good as like biology.
Yeah, Ramsey, I'm
that's
not
okay.
gonna
Well,
lie. I wanted.
Well, that's fine. But what's the point exactly?
The point I'm making is that tariffs.
The point, like the meta.
I don't know exactly how it works, but what I do know is that it causes prices to go like extremely high.
Ramsey, do you want someone else to debate this for you? I felt.
Yeah,
you did
I did do kind of bad. I don't know much about the economy, and that's kind of on me.
Like, I'm not gonna
kinda on
lie.
me.
I think I knew where like a point you were trying to come to regarding what you were saying, but I don't know. You really
You
didn't
have
make
a
much
vague
of a point.
idea of what's correct. I think.
I want to put my own 2 cents in.
Does anyone want to take up
tariffs-
his defense? Does anyone want to defend his view? Maybe.
Go, Foodie. Go.
Yeah, I want to throw my own 2 cents in. I believe tariffs are bad because applying tariffs is usually done under the assumption that the companies that will bear the brunt of the tariff will just thug it out and still operate at the same prices, which isn't true.
They don't need us.
Yeah, prices generally rise or they just pursue different customers.
Yeah, they don't need us, but
when
we need
tariffs
them.
are applied. Like a big example of this was the
had the
Smoot-Hawley
US
tariffs, which inadvertently led to the Great Depression.
How did wait? You think the Smoot-Hawley tariffs were the thing that led to the Great Depression? How was that?
No, I think it was more of a contributing factor, actually.
Okay,
not
that's fine.
the
pretty
main
low. It could
cause.
just
Well,
be
I
factor.
think I think it was in ways funny enough. I mean, insofar as to what it ended up doing, we only saw like a tit for tat sort of response from a lot of countries, and it just created uncertainty for a lot of our firms. That was about the biggest contributor it has to the depression. Besides the fact that obviously because of that stipulation, although sorry, the skepticism of investors, like I'm pretty sure our the amount of trade, the amount of international trade in total, because we were a hegemon, went down like nearly over half, by at least like well over half, like 65% or something, in like 5 years. So,
Well, it
but I don't want to get on that. I don't know why we're on that. I just want to get to, you say raise the price of goods. Okay, well, I want to know the evidence, because we have like recent cases of corn laws. We have, for example, in Japan, where there's a 300 to 500% tariff on rice, depending on the rice. And you're not seeing, like for example, skyrocketing rates on rice in Japan, but that's because it's domestically manufactured and produced, or not manufactured, but produced and grown.
It's just kind of like a logical it's kind of like a logical conclusion, because the way tariffs are being implemented right now, it's making it cost more to do everything, right? Because it's not just the product being imported, but it's also the way it's being transported, right?
And the materials.
The stuff we use to build our factories, the stuff we use to make the cars or the trucks that bring that stuff
that's
around,
understandable.
that is also being tariffed. And so it's reasonable that they would increase their prices to
Yeah, but there's the only issue. Here's the only issue. What you're talking about is like this neoclassical approach to economics, like the Friedman monetarist approach. The only issue is you cannot perform perfect deduction in economics like you can in philosophy. You can make a logically valid inference, for example, and give an argument where it's like premise one, if P then Q, premise two P, conclusion, therefore
Right,
Q,
right.
let's say Q. You could do that with logical deduction, but the only problem is economics is at least for the I would like to say it is an empirical study. So it doesn't operate like, all of our logical laws or whatever and supply and demand laws are going to be all post hoc necessarily. And if they're all post hoc,
well, the empirical study is still done within the confines of a social science
So
in which we
here's
still do
the
make
thing.
understandings of
that's
trends.
fine. Economics
Well,
I agree with economics as a social science as well too. I mean, you're studying
Yeah.
out.
Well, I want to
people,
point
that's
something out, right?
fine.
I want to point something out. So when we make an inference about economics, we say this is what we believe is going to happen based on historical evidence, based on what would be most logical. However, there is definitely room for this to not happen, right? Does that mean? However, I do believe that still implies that what we believe is going to happen is most likely to happen, right?
But,
so when
okay,
we have
but that's
no,
hold
up. Hold up. I wasn't done.
Okay.
So that happens on just one singular instance, right? To use very vague words, right? A single instance of economic anything. We say we believe A happens and thus B is going to happen. However, there is also possibility C, D, E happens, right? There's the highest probability is B. However, like you said, anything can happen. Anything from C to Z can happen, right? However, when you have multiple instances of this happening over and over again, where B is the most likely to occur, because everything is getting tariffed, right? So we have to think that this is all coming from different suppliers, right? And so even if not every single one raises their taxes, and some just dug it out the way Fooney said, did I say taxes? I'm sorry. Did I say taxes? I apologize.
Well, look, but really quickly, look. I understand the line of reasoning you're going down, but when you started off with the sentence, basically like running this line of inference where it's, okay, well, when it comes to my belief on economics, or our belief, or whatever belief it is, when it comes to this belief on economics, the reason we hold it is because we have good reason to believe it. Why do we have good reason to believe it? Because it's occurred in many, many, many cases, right? And in the case where it doesn't, wherever economic case, we want to say, well, it doesn't change or whatever. What I'm asking now, obviously, is what are those cases? And then you're just showing me again. Now you're just leading me through the deduction process. You're just showing me the line of reason. Listen, I'm willing to say, if you have a commitment to some economic, let's say, set of prescriptions on how the economy operates, how actors operate, how capital producers operate, if you have a commitment there, that'll make you have a higher credence to certain propositions over others. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute that at all. But I dispute that, for example, tariffs overall have any sort of way they play out. I think most of the time we actually have a good instance, the case of the opposite, the Black-Simpson of 1850 with the U.S. and Japan. You have Japan for the most part in the protectionist isolationist policy. You have the U.S. when we were building up manufacturing.
Japan's
and most of the other nations
isolationist policy was not good. They were
All right.
economically
It was not good. Yeah,
underdeveloped
isolationism
and
was not.
and industrialized because, they didn't do any trade.
No, wait. The reason when we were having a trade, or what was it called? What's the term? Sorry, I'm forgetting now. For not a trade deficit, or we had what would it have been at the time? Sorry, I'm blanking right now. I just smoked a J. What's the term again? We had a trade deficit or surplus.
Trade
Based on the fact that we
surplus
were
is when you get rid
engaging.
of goods from your domestic market, I believe.
So we were not.
Hey guys,
we were
may
not
I
importing,
interrupt
so
here,
therefore,
real quick?
Trade surplus.
I do
Mhm.
apologize.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end the stream real soon, but I just wanted to do a segment where I kind of just like not getting political for like a couple minutes, and we were in the middle of that before you joined. Do you want to talk about yourself, Rudes, or no? Well,
What do you want me to
generally
say?
I think he's just interested in debate.
just so that I can end the debate because
Thank you for the comment, man.
I wanted to try a new tactic here because there's so much political divide in the United States. I wanted to do a thing where, like, at the end of streams, what I'll do is I'll just grab everyone that I've debated with into like this circle where we just kind of talk about topics that aren't really necessarily political. It's just to show that we're kind of, normal people with lives and stuff like that,
Yeah, there's a face
Okay.
behind the arguments being made.
Rub my belly.
What did... Alright.
Facts. Okay.
I have a Polish friend, and he sometimes references that meme, and he pronounces it belai.
Ah, belai. Rub my belai. I like that. I might start saying that.
Yeah.
I might start saying that.
Oh, earlier were you
Europeans.
asking if I'm Polish? Is that what your question was when I was talking about Pinochet?
Me?
No. So someone was bringing up Polish when I was talking about Pinochet, and I was getting really confused.
Okay, so
Wasn't it,
what I was
Poland? I
referencing
remember
to,
that.
so what
I
I was
think Funi
referencing to
did,
was
yeah.
there was another person that I debated with. His name was Pajit. There were a Polish person that basically was in support of Francisco Franco and
Of Pinochet and Franco.
Yeah, I didn't hear
welcome,
everything. Maybe
Sugar.
they were Polish. Maybe I missed that part. I wanted to talk more about that because I think that was kind of interesting, and I think it could kind of play into respect. There's been you're bringing up the face thing. A lot of people in that sort of conversation regarding politics have been talking about Charlie Kirk. And there's definitely been a divide in opinion in how Charlie Kirk and I guess people like myself and everyone here should be perceived between a lot of people, say Ezra Klein, and maybe more leftists have had kind of disagreements on that. So I know you want to give us all a face first, but even then there's a political discussion about the respect for individuals. Everything ultimately boils down to politics.
I think it does. I think it does do a bit of a roundabout to politics, especially when you have two people or a couple people who disagree with each other all sitting together. I mean, a part of American politics is literally like, should trans people be able to
transition,
Yeah, and
right?
that's the thing.
Like you can sit across from someone who doesn't believe a trans person can sit across from someone who doesn't believe they should be able to transition, and they can have a respectful debate, but it's always going to be like, well, you don't think I should have medical rights. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. I
kind of
think it's
awkward.
kind of strange and yeah, awkward how it's like everyone's a person. Correct. Yeah, and we should value everyone as a person. We don't have to take the extra step and say, "Oh, they're a good
Guys,
person," you know.
I don't mean to be a little bit. I don't mean to be radical here, but I think this would all be easier if they just didn't politicize human rights.
Oh
and
my
divide
gosh!
us
Wow, what
by
a
immutable
crazy
facts.
idea.
guys, did anyone has anyone ever thought about this? Has anyone ever thought about the fact that maybe if we just weren't divided by immutable aspects of our character and instead focused on like class consciousness, maybe like things would be better? I don't know. Am I
No,
radical, guys?
I wanted to bring
am
that
I am
up
I am I
earlier
am I
because
an
the
evil leftist
Pinochet guy
Antifa?
would have disagreed with you, and I thought that was kind of interesting.
Evil
How you have
Vuvuzela,
these
no
people
iPhone?
who like recognizing what could bind us and then go, nah, it's culture. We need conformity. We
It's
need
culture.
Pinochet dropping people out of helicopters. I like
That's
literally
awesome. That's freaking cool. I actually
no,
I want to dump everyone out
I
of
remember
helicopters.
one thing the Pinochet guy said to Ramchu, and I think that was like looking at something else. He asked whether or not he thinks culture or class is more unifying.
Oh, I do remember that
To
guy actually.
Ramchu, the actual Pinochet supporter, and I
Yeah.
thought that was kind of interesting because it's like, okay, so this guy's like really, really a fascist. He really, really wants to talk about the more
Rude's
ideological
left. Oh
aspects
no.
of hate.
How about this, guys? How about this? We throw everyone I don't like, me personally, only me. We don't throw anyone. We throw everyone I don't like into an incinerator.
I don't know what Ramchu said to that question. I hope Ramchu responded with class and not culture, because it is culture that is literally the foregrounds of his
Yeah,
fascist
I think I remember responding with class.
The only time culture gets weaponized. The only time culture gets weaponized is when class infects it with some kind of way of weaponizing it, right? So
yeah.
So I think what we're seeing right now is a
I'm
wonderful
not sure
example,
that's
right?
necessarily always
Well, no,
true, but it happens a lot.
I think right now it's a good example. I mean, like trans culture is being weaponized, right?
Yeah, no, you're right about that, because what is it necessarily that is fiscally conservative about trans culture? I like when conservatives want to talk about trans people and attack trans people and then go vote for me so I can implement my fiscally conservative ways. It's like what you're doing there is trying to just hate on people to pull people away from the discussion of more economics.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
I
It's
got
a
a warning
wedge.
somehow. What did I
It's
say?
class. It's the
look,
wedge between that and class consciousness.
it is
and
the wedge. Yeah.
When
And I thought that's
when the healthcare
interesting.
when the healthcare CEO died, that wedge kind of like slipped a little bit because people were like, "Wait, we all like this. It's just the rich people who don't like this. What's the
there
deal?"
were right wingers literally questioning Ben Shapiro.
They're like,
You
wait,
never
this
see
guy,
that
this guy
unless
witch,
something big is going
this guy
on.
witch and don't like it. I'm not witch and do like it. What the freak?
Yeah, that was certainly interesting. Because the thing is, you had the Pinochet supporter who probably sees it less as a wedge and sees like culture as more of a necessity. And then you have your more average Republican who just kind of forgets about things that they would find economically popular because racism was brought before them as an argument. You know,
It's more important because they
some other
believe it's the
social
more
issue.
press. It's very simple. It's very simple what they do. They just pull away by scapegoating a group of people. And if you've noticed, it's always been multiple groups of people being attacked, but there's always been one at the forefront, right? So very
It's
long
the
time ago,
immigrants,
very
it's
long
the
time.
trans, it's
Well, every
BLM.
very long time ago, it was black people, and then it was
gay people, right? When gay
And
people
look,
became more accepted and normalized, and gay marriage became legalized, and it was
very
trans
true. Yeah.
people. There's always like the person that there's. Guys, I'm getting violations. No,
I got
there's
them
always
too.
there's always a
topic
group
I-
thing.
T word. That's it. We gotta say the T word. Say the T
A
word.
topic
Don't
I
get
really
voice
don't see
muted.
anyone talking about is the whole Chinese Exclusion Act thing.
Yeah,
During
true.
that time,
True this.
people genuinely thought the Chinese were like this nebulous influence on the economy and how America was ran. And I think a lot of those elements
Yeah, West
can
Coast
be seen
immigration.
today
Be right back.
in
Okay, guys,
modern
I'm actually gonna
anti-Semitism.
go. Um, Lazarus, I
So have a
made
good
you
one.
mod, so you
Alright, you too.
should become the.
Have a good one.
I'm gonna leave too because I'm hungry. I'm
Okay.
really freaking hungry.
I guess it's
It was
just
nice talking to you
Then
guys. It
I'm
was
gonna
nice
make
talking to
being
you guys.
funny then.
no
Thank you for
problem.
having me,
That was
Ranchu.
really nice. I had a
Yeah.
lot of fun today.
Funny, I
This
have a
was fun. This was
question.
fun. This was
See ya,
fun.
guys.
I
Yeah.
have a
Sure.
question for
Ask
you.
away.
I asked. Funny, are you leaving too? I see you too. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Oh, you.
All right, and I'm just gonna quickly read through the chat and just kind of. How do you feel about Donald Trump's hair being a toupee? I don't know. It looks weird. What was the person who just left talking about? Oh my god. Right, and just shook. I do apologize. I don't know what you're referring to now because I feel like that's a bit too far in the past. Sex change operations are reversible. It's just turning a hot dog into a hamburger. That's a weird analogy. Forcing someone to experience the purity of the other gender is a bad thing. I don't know. Whoa, who is this ugly? From Gumbo. Bro. Fauci lied, therefore the Bible is real. Checkmate, liberal. But yeah, thank you for joining my thank you for joining my live stream. I will be going now. See y'all later.